this too.
Okay, so please take a seat if you can. We're about to start. Before I give my introduction, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Philip Dean, head of the Department of Media. And I'd like to introduce our Dean, Anna Valtonen, who's going to say a few opening words, and then we'll continue. So, Anna, the floor's yours.
Thank you. Really nice to see you all here, and I think this is a great day to celebrate together. We're here to look at the 20 years of Media Lab and looking ahead from there. I think if we together think back a moment until '94, when we started this activity, or when it was started, the world was completely different. I, at least personally, had just got my first email address. I just bought my first phone, which was a huge investment at the time, a mobile one. And all of the entire sort of world around us was looking very different to the world we are today. But still, this group, they actually had the courage to dream, to think, to imagine what the future could be, and work persistently and doing a great job in the 20 years that happened in order to create much of what that future idea could be. And that's why we're here today. So looking back at all the great stuff that has been happening in the past 20 years, because these guys' vision actually largely did appear, so it wasn't that they were doing the right job, they were also seeing the world way before many others, but it's also about together looking ahead. So this is not only about looking back at what has happened in 20 years, it's really about celebrating the great work that's here, but taking that as a stance and looking forward together, in my opinion. And that's why I think a day like this, when we can both enjoy the exhibitions that are around, I hope you've all had the chance to do that, but particularly having days like this when we get a group like this together to think and vision and dare have all those dreams that we had 20 years ago again now. So what is the next 20 years? How much did it change in the previous one? My guess is that there's going to be at least as much change in the next 20 years. So what are the dreams now for the world to come 20 years from now? And I think this, as a group, is probably the best one to think about that. And I know we're going to hear great talks about what that future could be today. So I just really want to welcome all of you here, and I'm really looking forward to learn and to see and to hear and to participate with all of you in what this future could be. And I hope it's going to be a great day. And welcome.
Kiitos, Anna. Thanks, Anna. I'm going to start with practical information, because even though this appears to be a TV show, it is a seminar, and so we don't have the world watch. Well, we do actually, but anyway. For the viewers at home, the toilets are at the back over there. You follow the signs; they're a long way away. This is organized in two spaces. We have the TV studio here where we'll have all the sessions, and then there's the breakout space that many of you have visited already over there, the studio theatre. that means that you can take a break out whenever you want, hopefully during the breaks, not during the sessions, but you can meet over there, and there's a live stream on the big screen there, so you'll be able to also follow the debate from the other space, and there'll be coffee and tea and apples and things. Lunch is at 12:30. We have 7 sessions today, and the lunch, after the 3rd session this morning, we will have lunch at 12:30 until 1:30, and we know this is going to be a really tight timetable, and so most of you know where you can eat around here. If you don't, then please ask somebody who's a student or staff member, and I'm sure they can point you in the direction of somewhere for the restaurant. But we have to start promptly at 1:30, so please try and get back in time. We'd be greatly appreciated. People will be coming and going. Many people have said they're coming today, but they couldn't make it at the beginning, or they couldn't make it for the afternoon, so the audience will be certainly changing. But of course, we hope that you'll stay for the whole day. Okay, that's, I think, the practical information. So imagine 94. In fact, Anna brought already some of the thoughts that I had. That imagine 94, and I think if you as an audience, very few of you would have had a mobile phone or laptop, probably, and many of you tied to a desktop PC. In fact, that was something which kept students in a way in-house as well, because nobody owned their own one. I guess many of you were computer illiterate in 94, and the World Wide Web was some sort of technological rumor that some of us had heard about. And most of our messages, I think, in institutions were arriving on pieces of paper, A4s. And email was considered by many to be a frivolous nuisance to the processes of doing work. And some people even said that they don't bother to read it because they haven't got time for that. So the mindset was very, very different, and our technological possibilities. So, but also in 94, we were still trying to escape a bitter depression in Finland. And our politicians were considering the future and Finland's potential in the development of what was known as the information society, or the information superhighway. This was the sort of background to the creation of the Media Lab here in Taik at the time. The plans for that were launched as a sort of brave initiative, if you like, by Rector Yrjö Sotama, and I have to thank Yrjö for his vision and support in giving us the opportunity to try and do something. Because I think that Yrjö knew that art and design should have a critical role in the information society development, and he wanted to ensure that this university would have that role as well. So, 94, we launched our master's program. It was an experimental program. We didn't have any guarantee of a future, if you like. It was being monitored and evaluated. But we had a set of 18 multidisciplinary guinea pig students. Are there any of them here? They could put their hands up. Mika? Yeah? Okay. I'm sure that some will be arriving, some more during the day. And I think that at first we offered a very uncertain future for everybody. In difference to the rest of this house, I guess we had no real idea what sort of professionals these people would become, what sort of jobs would be available, or what even academic careers they could pursue. So this was the beginning of a story, and there was a two-page, one or two-page spread in Helsinki Sanomat about the launch of the program, where they basically said that we didn't know what we were doing. And sometimes the students thought that way too, I think. But we very soon developed, we thought we needed to define a mission for what we're doing. And tonight, this is a sort of brief preview. 5 o'clock, we're going to launch the book. But the mission statement, which is accredited to Minna Tarka down there and myself and Kari-Hans Kommonen. The mission of the Media Lab is to explore, discover and comprehend the new digital technology and its impact in society, to find and exploit the possibilities it opens to communication, interaction and expression, and to evaluate, understand and deal with the challenges it poses to design and creative production. And we haven't really needed to rewrite that. It's still as relevant, we think, today as it was 20 years ago, or 19 years ago. And so you've got the possibility also to experience the 20 years through the 3 exhibitions that we've got currently on show. Anna mentioned these. There's one in Design Forum, which closes on the 1st, which is more of a sort of contemporary media art exhibition. And then we have our little animation exhibition in Lasipalatsi, in a little gallery there, which is closing already this week? Monday. Sunday. And then in Lume, we have the chronological 20 years of Media Lab exhibition, which I really hope that you'll get a chance to look at, hopefully today. And yes, you can then try and judge, did we live up to the mission or not? Because I think there's the evidence there. And I think in the Lume exhibition, you'll be led from the beginning. Martti Ahtisaari's website from '95 is one of the first projects, our first big commission. Martti was, I guess, the 11th or 12th head of state who got his own web pages. And so that was quite an interesting project for us that brought a huge amount of international attention. At the other end of the exhibition, you'll see our modern day reality. There's an iPad game created by 2 of our current students, which is now topping the charts. And there's Perttu Hämäläinen and his group's interactive climbing wall game, which was recently presented at SIGGRAPH. And so you can see there's quite a scale of things there. And between the extremes, you'll find the results of a massive work by our students and researchers over the last 20 years. Check myself for time. So now, 2014, 20 years on. I think the seminar here, we're probably not going to dwell too much on the past. I think that there'll be some reflection, but the challenge remains to deal with the future. So the starting points are very different. 20 years ago, the starting point was, well, I think we were given the chance to just do something, and it was up to us to develop the agenda of what we thought the Media Lab should be doing. Of course, it's really important always to emphasize that our Media Lab is part of an art and design institution. So the main references and an academic basis for our work is within the field of art and design, and so we have to understand that is something very important for us to also be developing the fields on which this school is based. So our current students, they've been brought up in the internet age, of course. They're all gamers. They're all perfectly capable of dealing with technology in a totally different way than our original students did 20 years ago. But nevertheless, they've been brought up in an era of rather imperfect implementations. I've often thought of this era of the last 20 years. It's been like new media wearing diapers, and it's I think we really need to get beyond the diaper stage and become a bit more. Well, I think it still begs for design, and it's still begging for imagination and so on. So I hope you'll be inspired today to look ahead to the future and to help us deal with the next 10 years. I realized I'll be retired probably then. So, but that's, we're now part of Aalto University, of course, and I think that really what the lab's been doing for the last 20 years is very, very close to what Aalto University is about and what it's aiming to do. We're an interdisciplinary program overtly international, and we're an open environment for sharing and collaboration. And I think that as such, we're in a way a little pioneering part of Aalto as a whole, and we should be proud of what we've done and how we've done it. So I've finished now. I'd love to thank everyone who's been involved in this 20 years for what they've done. No. No time for water. Welcome you to this seminar on behalf of the Media Lab, on behalf of the School of Arts, Design and Architecture, and on behalf of Aalto University. And thank you for coming, and have a good day. And I'd like to introduce Lily Diaz, Professor Diaz, who's going to be leading the next session, and will introduce her guests as she comes. So thank you. Welcome.
Some of them I've known you, for many years. Others I'm, beginning to get to know. And without any more delays, yes, great. Let me introduce our two guest speakers this morning. We are really lucky. We have very special visitors. Here, I begin with Klaus Krippendorff. Klaus Krippendorff is Professor Krippendorff from the University of Pennsylvania. And he's very special to us because Klaus happens to have written, I think, a seminal textbook, The Semantic Turn, which is the book that we use in our media design research seminar, and the book that if you cannot take the design research seminar, then you must really study and take an exam and pass it. So then, of course, I'm simplifying, all the, wonderful achievements that he has done, through time, aside of being a communication scholar, but to show the, relationship that it has, with our work. So I was really thrilled when he told me that it happens that his son is defending his dissertation next week, is it, in Turku?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay, so we're really lucky then that we could get him here today. And then...
Can I add something? I was pleased to hear Yrjö Sotemaa, the name, because actually before the Media Lab, I was here. In fact, in 1984, I met him somewhere, and he was very enthused about the issue of meaning that I was raising. And we had several seminars here on product semantics, out of which ultimately the semantic turn turned. But I have been here in this building also. It would look very different, much more like a factory than it is now.
So there's a history. And then our second guest is Professor Ken Friedman. He's former dean also at Swinburne University, now distinguished professor in design and innovation at Donji University. And Kalmar, you're also in...
Oh, I live in Kalmar.
So now he's back. He went to Australia, did a stint there, and now we got him back, and it's great. Yeah. And also, Ken is, in my opinion, very important because he's been a very influential figure in the whole area of developing doctoral education in design. So another of the reasons, and he has actually lectured here in the doctoral studies seminar as well as participated in several conferences throughout the years, at the University of Art and Design, our former name. So then what we're going to do this morning, I asked my guests to ponder about a few questions, very much related to what Philip, was talking about earlier, insofar as the impact of media in the past 20 years, and how what was the world then when we started, and what is the world today? like, but in the context of, you know, us being an art and design university and now being the School of Art, Design and Architecture. And first we would, you know, like consider, as he said, that the internet was starting then. Now we are faced with this thing that people are calling the Internet of Things. So then, to me, that brought a question which we can begin to discuss, and I will ask, you know, each of them to, you know, take turns, and then at some point it'd be great if, you know, we can also get some. I will ask for some audience input. So, considering that at least, you know, the way that design developed in the 20th century, when we look back, it was very much a quote-unquote object-oriented discipline. Now, when we talk about media and we talk about media design, we're partly talking about communication and other things. So my question then to my guest would be, how do you see then that this, you know, you would say it's a turn, perhaps, that could, you know, be happening, that, you know, we go from the object to the communication to the media. How do you see it, Klaus? Let's begin, you know, maybe with...
Well, I grew up as a designer thinking about objects. But very soon I realized objects mean nothing. They mean a lot for technicians, but not for people. And so one has to look at what they mean to people. So like this plastic glass, I think if you would serve wine in it, it just wouldn't taste so well. Why? Well, it has a different kind of meaning. But then I very soon realized that is not enough. One has to see how meaning is translated into interactions, into interfaces. And so I think what we are now in is a phase where we, I think, have to almost abandon the notion of constructing a world consisting of objects, rather than consisting of the way we interact with things or with the outside world. So that this notion of interaction is a totally different way of thinking. And I think this is not just so that we add an interface to an object. And I think there is in, I don't know what this is in Finland, but in Germany one talks about the Schnittstelle. That means the thing that is just in front of you, but that's not it. The point is actually to see the process with which we interact. And that's a very different kind of thing to study. When you think of even in ordinary education, we should not even teach anything anymore about objects or how things are, rather than how we can interact with it. Or, for example, again in education, not what is, but how do you get to it? And that is a very different kind of educational mission, and it is also very different in design. One has to look at just the immateriality of the relationship between individuals and technology in a very general sense. And yes, one has to do it also with particular objects, but much more generally, we interact through objects with other people, with the rest of the world. And that is a bigger issue than designing interfaces, like with gadgets, if you want, rather than looking at a world in which we really connect with the world through media. Well, media, this even maybe is too limited, but we interact with the world as interaction and not to find out what the objects are. There's more to be said, but maybe we can continue.
Ken?
Yeah. No, when Klaus was using this word interaction and interacting, that actually threw me back into two thoughts. First, not simply with objects, but with everything that we do and think and are. Really, George Herbert Mead's symbolic interactionist position, that we interact through everything in the world, through our understandings, through language, through the cultures that we build. We don't interact directly with anything, but always through these multiple layers. And when you were saying, let's forget about designing objects, well, of course, I know you don't quite mean it, yeah, but you do mean it partly.
I mean it
and
conceptually, I mean.
Exactly so. And it's as though Don Norman is saying that design is an applied social science, because what it's all about is how people relate toward the things that we relate to, toward the other people that we relate to, towards the language that we use in shaping our relations. in these ways. And what I find so fascinating, I was just talking with Klaus about this as we were standing over there having coffee, and so many of the issues that show up in media are interesting because they just simply reshape the way that you do your life to the point where you don't even quite think about it. For example, I never used to bother with YouTube, but as the content got richer and richer and richer, somebody would send me a link and I discovered that, well, then I could search. Now, I happen to be a bagpipe fan, and what I've discovered is there's a rich library of great pipers and great bagpipe bands on YouTube. So I can follow the championships and do all the stuff I could have never done 20 years ago unless I wanted to go to Scotland or to go to Ontario to watch the march around the field. And the circumstances of life change through the ways that we narrate our lives with each other, which is pretty much what Klaus is saying, even with respect to something as simple as the glass.
You mentioned applied social science. Now, I'm also, in my other life, I have at least 3. I'm a social scientist. And I have to say, I would not like this phrase, because social science usually tries to find out what is and theorize what is. I think design is fundamentally different. It's changing something that is. For example, actually I remember also, in fact here, a long time ago, when we talked about product semantics, I was at that time talking about ethnography. But ethnography is also a description, finding out how people really live, etc., taking videos of what they really are. This is meaningless. I think from a point of view of design, one has to find out what the opportunities are to change. I have just now a student actually from Turkey that came just to Philadelphia, and she's a designer, and she's in ethnography, and wants to do ethnography of design. And I'm saying we have to have an ethnography of possibilities and not an ethnography of what is. And there are openings to ask, not to study what is possible, what is conceivable, what is changed, what are the opportunities for design to develop. So I think one should not think of applied social science rather than overcoming the finding of social sciences, but seeing what could be changed to the better.
There's a modest conceptual disagreement and a deeper, profound agreement. I think the reason Don says it's an applied social science is he says you take what you know about what is, and then you use it to imagine and create what may become. And you need to know the real what is to be able to do that. Just as we need to know things about materials to know how we can make what sort of metal you can use for this, what sort of plastic you can use for that. But nobody argues that understanding what is limits us to what is. That's where design comes in, to say this is what we're going to be, this is what we want to be.
Yes, and of course, if I might, then interject. It's one thing I do agree that design is a future. It's one of the characteristics of design that it's a future-oriented activity. But then, what about when it comes into collision with the reality? What is it that What are the possibilities for the designer? Because we are constantly, we also live in a world that we're constantly confronted with issues of sustainability, with issues of poverty. Of course, we would like to do all these great things, I think, but then how would you paraphrase for a young designer that is beginning about when you run into that moment when, you can't?
My conception of design is not just imagining a future, but imagining a future together with others. And for example, unfortunately, I would say ecology doesn't have a voice. That's the reason why we were able to exploit it, explore it, and ruin it for so many years. But there are people that can take on the voice of ecology. So in other words, if one works with other people, stakeholders, and to me, I think much of design is actually not just imagining a future, but imagining a future and finding out whether that is acceptable to a large number of stakeholders. And that includes people that can speak for the environment. It can they can speak for all kinds of things. But I think this is again unlike social sciences, who simply stay from the top and say, observe how these groups interact. That is of no interest. I think as a designer, you have to be involved with other people. But I would not even say users only, but because there are other kinds of people that have a voice and they need to be heard. And every design that one puts out in some form needs to be acceptable at least to a large number of people. So in that sense, I think design is always something that needs to be open to the voices of others.
Ken, do you have something?
Yeah, I was listening. I agree. With one little modest thing, I would say to do great social science is a hermeneutical engagement. So you don't stand at the top and simply look. This is not how I see it. You have to enter the life world and hear the voice and participate in a much richer way. But the question is, for those of us who design, as contrasted with those of us who simply say, I mean, if you really say Norbert Elias or someone like that, who's really just trying to understand the world and speak for the world, somebody like you or a Don Norman is saying, what can we make the world to be out of our understanding and through hearing and participating in the voices. But the one thing that just hit me when you were speaking about the ecology, which I've got to admit, is something I think about very seriously. Philip this morning was talking about, well, there's 20 years till now, 20 years in the future, and I'm deeply concerned when you raise this issue. I think almost everybody in the room will be here in 20 years, but I do not think that a significant percentage of the people in this room or their children or grandchildren are likely to be here in 80 years if we do not find a way to address and give voice to some of the truly serious environmental problems we have. For those of you who do not know it, there's a website for the Resilience Group at Stockholm University. There are 9 major factors that affect the future of the planet. We're in trouble on 3 or 4 of them. We're just about to be in the danger zone on a couple, and there's 3 we don't even know where the danger zone is. We can't seem to get to grips with the climate problem. And in this particular sense, even though I love my bagpipe bands on YouTube, you have to say, well, what is YouTube doing? What are we doing to solve this? And I'm not saying we got to solve this today, but this issue of the voice of the stakeholders and to truly engage ourselves. And the one place where I think so much of the media work we're thinking about, I hope can offer some kind of promise, is to create a richer public democracy, a richer dialogue, so that those forces that are simply pushing us toward the edge of profit maximization in a world where nothing else counts, it can be toned down a little bit, to bring about a world where voices come through. And I don't know, it's always so hard to tell because, you know, who even could imagine from 20 years ago to today, but if there could be ways, and this is what I think what I would love to see the Media Lab experiments of the next few years to work on, how do you find reasonable and serious ways to bring all the stakeholders to the table? Not necessarily the one big global table with all 7 billion voices, but still in local areas, in communities, in nations, in continents. So this whole issue, when you said that, stakeholders, it really rang a bell for me, and this is one of the great promises of media research. Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we are confronted with the fact that not everything that is happening in media is like necessarily that positive, as we were discussing yesterday, with the whole issue of like surveillance mechanisms and the use of like sensor technology, how it's like being indiscriminately used. You know, perhaps here in Finland we don't really have a big problem yet about it, but it is, you know, fast becoming a problem in other places. And then it brings us to the fact that, okay, so yes, it's not just, you know, things, we shouldn't think necessarily about objects, but objects do have an impact on us. These, you know, small, you know, sometimes, you know, millimeters big, whatever, little things are having an impact on us. And it's not just simply, everyday things, but, but in the way that we think, we can say in the way that we behave. That, do you foresee, for example, a future where we begin to enact some of these, like you would say, self-censorship, because we live in these, spaces where we're constantly being monitored? How would it, change the way that we think, that we perceive? Would it, to live in these, dense technological jungles?
Well, I think this is very important. What you're saying is that, and I would say more generally, any technology that we introduce creates changes. Some of them intended and good, and many of them unanticipated, and maybe some of them are good and some of them are bad. Think about the internet. Actually, when in 1994, I was actually in 1971 on an experimental internet that was in the United States among scholars, with a central location of a computer in New Jersey, and we communicated with each other and developed general systems ideas. So it was already kind of around, but we had no idea of the magnitude of the kind of changes. Now, I think you would probably agree many of these changes are very good, and you probably enjoy a lot. But you say correctly. For example, the issue of surveillance of big data and the commercial use of big data, it was not anticipated. Now, and I think that is, a major challenge of a media lab, is to look at the unanticipated consequences. I'm saying actually in another domain, it is a mistake for designers to always do something for a particular type of community or target audience. I think there should be there is an ethical commitment I think every designer should make, that whatever you introduce, you have to look at the kind of communities that will not use it, do not know that it exists, and what it affects them. And I think that is, a fundamental ethical commitment that I think all the designers have to make, should make, ought to make. I mean, it's commercially not very feasible, but I think there's an ethical commitment to in fact precisely focus on the kind of side effects that we don't immediately anticipate, but we can at least address them as soon as we recognize them. And I think privacy issues, surveillance issues are very big issues, and much more important to me is, for example, the commercialization of it, that virtually everything that you purchase will immediately be on some sort of a big data, and you will be tagged in some form, and you don't know what is going on, and what can we do against it? That is, I think, a big challenge. And it's a challenge that goes against the traditional notion of design for a particular type of audience. And once you have designed a car for drivers, well, there are lots of people that don't drive. Or whether, for example, with computers. I mean, we have in the United States a big digital divide, the way we call it. There are so many poor people that do not have access to a computer, do not know how to handle it, they're left out. Now, these are the type of people that one has to focus on. I think a media lab ought to expand that phenomenon, that the issue of what happens to the side effects. No?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I find myself sometimes thinking I like to study history a bit, just to get a reflection on worlds and global change. Fernand Braudel, for example, it's 500 years around the Mediterranean, right. Or I was rereading some of this stuff about the American Civil War, and then I got back to the British Civil War lately. But the book that's really got me a little bit nervous in terms of what we're doing as designers is a book by a guy named Stephen Emmett. He works for Microsoft. He's a professor at Oxford and runs a big Microsoft lab. And he's written a book called 10 Billion. You'll find it on Amazon. It's a Penguin paperback. And he's basically looking at all the trends in the world and showing where we're going and bringing the context together. And I have to say, other than agreeing with the principles that you've issued, what I'm having the toughest time with understanding is when I look at this big picture that is assembled very carefully out of lots of trends, microtrends, macro trends. It's a very scary world that we're moving into. And so the question is, what can we do, what can we think about that could both create some kind of bulwark to this? What can we do and think about that generates new opportunities? For example, does Alta belong to DESIS? Okay, those of you who are part of DESIS and know DESIS, which kind of grew out of some brainstorms by Ezio Manzini, how do we make a better world by operating locally through the creation of environments and projects? When it gets to Media Lab, what I could imagine, for example, it's not a bad idea. If you guys really wanted to say, okay, I know today is just a conversation day, but if you want to say, what could Media Lab be doing over the next 20 years? What I would actually say is put together an honest-to-God working group, have a little focused conference, and the question of the conference is really that. What should we be doing over the next 20 years? But you do it, real conference style. You do some Sherpa work in advance. You gather resources, say, here's the global picture. These are the things we need to think about. Here are worries. Here's some opportunities. And then come together, some serious people for a week to say, if you had 20 years and unlimited money, what would you do? And then later you scale it back because nobody's got unlimited money and maybe not even 20 years to do it in. Because what you're talking about, I was just sitting here, my mind was sort of sparkling and listening as you were speaking, and I thought, well, that, and then I could see the sort of the sparks flying off that. So that would be what I would love to see, to actually ask those questions in a concentrated way with some interesting people over enough time that we could really sit and talk. Sort of like we did last night, except without so much food and with a little more time.
Well, I was beginning last November, I was invited into Amsterdam. There was a big, maybe some of you were even there, big interaction conference. And this was interesting because I'm not really, I didn't know very many people, but they talked about the language of interactions. And I know something about language. And I thought, I talk about language and the different kind of conceptions of language and maybe the languages that might be useful for designing artifacts. And I was amazed. There was, first of all, a huge number of people. And second, they were all excited beyond belief. Most of them were younger, but they were all excited about apps, about this kind of interaction, this kind of interaction. There was no awareness of the larger social system in which they work. And I think this is, to me, I think one of the biggest challenges that a university can do, that to look at not just designing a new gadget or a better way to interact with something, but to look at the larger consequences. And I think what you're saying is very much what I would subscribe to, and I would love to come. But I think I would focus on the kind of things that we don't obviously anticipate, where are dangerous. For example, I mean, think about the internet, the anonymity of authors. Well, that invites so much spreading of disinformation that creates real problems in this society, that maybe one has to find ways to authenticate whatever is said, or that people at least say who they are or where they come from, so that one can believe them. Now, I think, for example, I mean, speaking of language, I think I'm very much interested in conversation. And the idea of conversation is actually a very different kind of language. It has nothing to do with sentence structures, with completeness of arguments. It has to do with making utterances, receiving confirmation. It's a very different notion of language. And in conversation, you always know who is talking. And you can always participate, and et cetera, et cetera. And I can't go into that. But the point is actually, much of the Media Lab, or what's going on now, I think ought to model itself on conversations and not highlight the mechanical part of it, but introduce the kind of things that make a conversation both creative, human, et cetera, et cetera. To me, conversation, I mean, is the most amazing mechanism, I shouldn't have said mechanism, the most amazing process of creativity. There was recently a book, I forgot now the name, but he said that he looked at all innovations and he said, there's hardly any innovation that a single person made. It's always in conjunction with someone else, in conversation with someone, sometimes even with yourself. But the point is actually that innovations come from conversations. And I think we ignore that when we focus on the technology of interaction in favor of at the expense of the human part that makes that, in fact, the most human kind of interaction conceivable. So I hear one ring, and so we have 5 minutes.
No, I think it's 2 minutes, yes?
2 minutes we have.
Well, then I'm basically just going to wrap up and say what a pleasure. When I'm sitting here with Klaus, every time we actually meet, it's real fun.
It's and not so often, I have to say.
Also, Lily, someone recently on the internet described Klaus and me as 2 old oil tankers headed towards the cliffs. And I'm here to say today, nope, Klaus remains a fast clipper ship under full sail. And I'd like to hope that I am too. So thank you so much for inviting us.
But we have some questions.
Maybe we have time for one question from the audience or comment. Juha.
Hi, thanks for a wonderful discussion. I, like many others, have been really impressed by both of work from both of you, and this is a question for Klaus. In your book, you kind of present a trajectory of design on its move to be separated from designing and focusing on objects and more focusing on meanings. And I think with the emergence of, let's say, service design or strategic design, I think designers have heeded to the call. But at the same time, I think this poses new questions and new demands for designer skills. Traditionally, art and design universities are quite much focused on objects and how they are designed, material qualities, etc., and a bit less on how to deal with people. For example, in service design, in order to create a sustainable change, you have to think about the people who are using the service, but also the people who are providing the service. And achieving this change in the meaning is very different than designing an interface or designing an object that will, engage people in some kind of interaction. You need to think about how to change a mindset in people, and this is quite a different process. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, but you said it already. I think this is a very different kind of mindset, and I would say it is actually very convincing. If you go to a company and saying, here's a new gadget, that's one thing. And if you can say, this new gadget would be acceptable by these and these people, they can do that and such, then you have already made a better argument for effect selling. But I'm not really interested in the commercialization. I think, to me, design has a larger objective, not just serving the industry to make more money. That is, of course, often the case, indeed. But there is also a responsibility to the culture. To me, design is actually, one could say, the driver of culture. To make innovations means re-innovate and keeping a culture viable. If this doesn't happen, the culture dies. The society cannot adapt. The point is actually, with the larger perspective, where you come to ask yourself, meaning is probably not enough. Interaction is more important. Working together in thinking about this trajectory, dealing with systems where people can work together. And my personal end of this trajectory, and I don't want to end there, but it's actually the way we talk about it. Design discourse. To me, language is really what drives us. you teach, and that requires language. You defend your artifact to a client, that requires language. As a profession, we develop a terminology that is language. So I think we need to develop a design discourse that allows us to take larger responsibilities than merely satisfying a client for a limited number of people and forgetting about the side effects. I don't know if that answers. We can talk about it later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, between the sessions we have about 10-minute technical break. So the next session is to start at 10 past. Please take coffee and tea.
Petri, jos ja sitten vähän niin kuin, miten oli Minna Teija.
Good morning, everybody. Just getting in, yes. So we are fine. I'd like to introduce our session host for the Art of the Long New. She's Minna Tarkka, current chairwoman of the Media Art Network and director of MCult Association of New Media Culture. Minna was also in early years, she was a professor of interactive media in Media Lab and ran the MA program. And she was also my final degree work tutor. So thank you for that, Minna.
Thanks, Mika. I will introduce you. So Mika is actually, when we met in '94, he was a young student, one of the first class of the Media Lab. And now he's an old friend and colleague. And still here, running the Crucible studio for storytelling, which he has co-founded. So now he's director of that.
And with Minna, we had, I think it must have been a decade ago, but we had this kind of a dream to start to host a talk show called The Art of the Long New, where we would invite new media designers and artists to say that, what is this new and how do you make it? So we seized this opportunity to, since we didn't get to the television, we are doing it now in the Media Lab 20 years.
Yeah, so as we already heard in the previous talks, you know, new media is always about the new, and the idea of our talk show was, and maybe also today is, a little bit about like revisiting those old new topics and, you know, trying to assess them and see what has changed. And then it happened that we at MCult, we have been documenting the field of digital art for already since 2003, so for more than 10 years now. And quite a few media labbers are on this material. So when we then decided to do the session, our first talk show, we thought we would use these old interviews as a nostalgic, to have a nostalgic look at what happened. And also a kind of, in this small space, you know, just critically assess what's going on, what's next. Yeah.
So what's next, Minna?
I think we should ask the artists, and I would like to invite Heidi Tikka first to the stage. So Heidi has worked as a media artist since early 90s, and in 2004 she received the AVEC Media Art Award. And with Heidi we worked a lot together in the Media Lab while I was still working here. It was at the turn of the millennium, remember? And we ran a lot of really, I think for me they were really one of those important things in my life. We ran a couple of critical art and design projects with Heidi, with the students, and it was a fantastic experience. And yeah, so we will go to the first clip where we see actually Heidi in 2003 working on a project called Syntymiä, Births, and it was realized together with the maternity clinic in Helsinki and the Radiolinja telephone mobile operator. So first clip, please.
Nämä viimeiset teokset on ollut sitten tämmöisiä niin kuin, mobiilipohjaisia, ehkä sillä tavalla niin kuin cross-media-teoksia, että niissä on ollut internet ja mobiilimedia mukana. Ja nämä mun teokset on enemmän tullut ulos museo- tai galleriatilasta osaksi tätä meidän elettyä ympäristöä. Ja että mä oon näistä uusista teoksissa ollut kiinnostunut tavallaan toimiin yhteisöllisesti tai niin kuin rakentaa tämmöisiä yhteisöllisiä kokemuksia, jotka ei olisi sidottu pelkästään taidetilaan. Se kaikkein keskeisin teema, joka mun töissä on kulkenut läpi jo pitkän aikaa, on liittynyt paikantuneisuuteen. Eli mä oon ollut kiinnostunut siitä niin kuin katsomisen rakenteista ja myöskin niistä visuaalisista teknologioista, joiden varassa katsominen tapahtuu tai joiden varassa katsojan paikka rakentuu. Aikaisemmin mä olin kiinnostunut miettimään tätä kysymystä ja tematisoimaan sitä mun installaatiossa nimenomaan galleria- tai museotilassa. Mutta nyt tällä hetkellä mä ehkä olen enemmän kiinnostunut tämmöisestä niin kuin sosiaalisen tai kokemuksellisen paikan rakentumisesta niin kuin osana mobiilimediaa. Mä oon tällä hetkellä ihan hirveän innostunut noista kamerapuhelimista. Ja musta tuntuu, että pitkästä aikaa mulla on käsissä sellainen teknologia, joka on jotenkin olennaisesti muuttanut mun arkipäivää.
So that was Heidi 11 years ago, and I think I also had a character in one of your productions, Imaginary Journey, but I was imaginary character even though they were real photos. But are you still as excited of the camera phones as the medium for art as you were 11 years ago?
I think that actually what I was really interested in was this kind of anticipation of social media, but perhaps not social media as we know it, but as a potential that I explored and played with in these projects that were my work in early 2000. And I think what I was interested in was this kind of composite nature of the mobile images, the idea that you could layer contextual information and you could use metadata in various ways. For instance, for constructing like narrative processes out of those images. And well, do we have camera phones anymore? I think we have network devices that have different kinds of applications, and they have become so commonplace that they have, in a sense, disappeared into the horizon of the everyday. So I find it impossible to answer to that question. But I think there is something else that I want to point out, which I became aware, like when I was looking at that, that for me, perhaps an important change happened when this kind of commercial social media applications like Facebook and others came around. Because what I quite enjoyed during those days before the Facebook was this kind of free experimental space in which it felt like it was possible to do all sorts of things. And I think that after these commercial applications came around, that space somewhat became narrower, so that Facebook, for instance, became a kind of dominating mindset. So like you had to choose either to align your work with that kind of dominating mindset, which I didn't feel very comfortable with, because I'm not so fond of those values represented by commercial applications like Facebook, or you had to work outside that space. So I think that a very different momentum was required to work after this potential became commercialized.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we will come back to that in the end of the session. I was interested in that project we saw on the clip, because I realized that perhaps that was your first project realized in urban space, actually. And later you have worked a lot, and we have also collaborated in projects that are shown in urban public space. So I'd like to know, is that somehow a space where you have fled from after the social media hit the mobiles, or what happened, and especially because the kind of the threshold between the private and the public has been a very important thing in your kind of artistic work and research. So how do you see in public space? Why are you interested in working there?
I think that urban space is so saturated with media that it has become a very natural habitat for media artists to explore and play with. But I think that at the same time it's very challenging space, because the attention span of people moving within urban spaces is very, very short. So how to deal with that question as an artist? And I think that what I have tried to work on recently is to try to learn to see how that kind of space could be used strategically, so that I would perceive that space in cinematic terms, attending that movement of people, and how to cut into that space, how to construct your projects in such a way that they could happen in the periphery of the vision of the passerby, and perhaps even in non-conscious ways. So I think that, in reflection to what I talked about on the screen, I think that focus on movement and flow is more important in the work now. This private-public boundary is very problematic, I think, because I think that increasingly what we consider private at the moment is something which is performed as a private event within the public space. Consider like reality TV or different kinds of online spaces, for instance.
But this seems to also already, break open the possibilities for the platforms for the groundbreaking art that is in our seminar abstract. So maybe we should return to that.
Yep.
Into the conclusions things. And let's take another guest in, meanwhile. So I'd like to introduce you to Leena Saarinen. who is now working in the Finnish National Library as a production manager, but 11 years ago she was aspiring a scriptwriter, concept designer, and researcher. Banff World Television Festival winner, also won with her poetic hypertext work Villa Mirdia with the novelist Riikka Pelo. They, back then, 11, 12 years ago, there were Information Society Awards for innovations for women, and she's one of those winners back then. So, and also I have to just say that back 11 years ago, by the Media Lab students, we were voted 2 years after another that should have been married already. And we are still not married, but I'm happy to have her as a guest here. So let's watch a clip, second clip.
Next clip, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Se on varsin kokeellista teatteria. Vielä suurin haaste on tietysti teknologia, joka on ihan hirveetä, että aina joku yhteys katkee tai muuta. Mutta toisaalta musta tuntuu, että ainakin tässä alkuvaiheessa niin yleisöä viehättää just se, että se on vähän kuin katsoisi nuoralla tanssia, että koska se putoo. Niin ne katsoo, että koska noilta tippuu niin yhteys ja miten ne sitten handlaa sen tilanteen. Eli me joudutaan kehittämään aika paljon kaiken näköisiä improvisaation keinoja, joilla me paikataan niitä tilanteita, kun ei voida toimia käsikirjoituksen mukaan.
Who are you? What if I don't like your smell? What if we don't get on very well?
Kutsuttiin yleisö mukaan interventioihin, eli me kaikki pukeuduttiin naisiin, joilla on mustat hunnut, vaan silmät näkyy, ja mentiin internetin chat-huoneisiin yllättäen ryhmänä ja ruvettiin puhumaan rauhan puolesta. Se herätti tosi raivoisia ja mielenkiintoisia ja syvällisiä keskusteluja ja oli oikein hyvä poliittinen tempaus. Mediataiteella voi vaikuttaa ja mun mielestä pitäisi vaikuttaa nimenomaan tällä keinoin, eli taiteilijat ottaisi kantaa taiteen keinoin.
Hi, sorry. So, sorry for some of the formatting problems. It was ancient technology, part of them were shot on like Betacam SP, if you remember that analog platform. So, Leena, I'm quite intrigued by looking at you 10 years back, and in that time, or we could call you a kind of hacktivist or net activist. What we were doing, you were performing with Avatar Body Coalition, an internet performance group that you co-founded, if I'm right. So, but what happened now? Now you work at the National Library Archive. So what happened? What's the step from this activist to the archivist? And what happened to the net? What happened to you?
Well, I'm not having as much fun anymore as you can imagine, but yeah, I had to find a job, and libraries are they like democracy as well. Main mission in libraries is to make sure that everybody in society has equal access to information. So I like that and find it comfortable, and of course recent activist trends has been open data movement, and libraries are doing their share in that as well. We are opening our own data, and national libraries also working in developing formats and standards that support linked open data world, and that in that way I'm still working in kind of promoting democracy, free access and information for everybody, and as a democratic movement. So somehow I still find some meaning.
But not so much fun.
No.
Yes. But I love that movement of the agency from art to libraries, because there are different platforms to do the same things and the same purpose. But I was curious because when we talk about platforms, let's say Facebook or Twitter things, that also when there is open access for everybody to everything, in the recent years, we've seen a lot of editing happening, for example, in the Facebook posts, or indeed the NSA watching over the materials we are doing. If you take your black-dressed Turka women to contemporary internet, what do you think your performance impact would be?
I'm not sure. The one big difference is that 10 years ago, social media was only emerging concept. We talk about virtual communities, and sense of community is slightly different from acting in social media, which is for me is much bigger thing. So I would probably be using Twitter and Facebook, but in social media, I'm not sure. It might be more difficult to voice out your ideas, find the audience. But if you do manage to get viral, then the impact could be really huge. You could reach millions of people in a couple of days, and so it's really interesting opportunity, and we shouldn't let that space for trolls and bigots, but artists should really think about that and how to take advantage of that medium. Because if you get viral, then even governments will notice.
Is Palace still existing, by the way? Palace was the earlier social media software.
I don't
Lena
think
was
so.
Using.
It's not.
Okay, thank you, Lena. We go ahead. We are going to fill the stage with a fabulous threesome. Petri Kola, Minna Nurminen, and Teijo Pellinen. Please come over. At the Media Lab, and also still in 2003, they all were specializing in various forms of interactive video and participatory events. And Petri and Minna, with their Sankari production, won a Transmediale honorary mention in 2005. And Teijo, on his hand, already in 1998, think about it, he managed to squeeze an experimental TV production into the public service company YLE. And talking about public service in terms of what Lena is doing, both Petri and Minna are now working at the YLE television service as well. So, welcome. And we will look at the clip from a bit more than 10 years ago. What we see in that clip is that actually even the neighborhood of Arabia didn't exist, because the clip is done in the construction grounds for the future art and design city, which we now witness back there.
And it moves to Otaniemi soon.
Yeah. In the introduction, we asked everybody to introduce themselves. In the beginning of the interviews, you say to each other that I am the star of multimedia, and then he is the star of multimedia, and he too, he's a superstar of multimedia. So let's see. We cut that out, but we look at what you were interested in. Next clip, please.
Lasken 3 ja te huudatte 1, 2, 3.
Mun hommissa, joita tosiaan olen tehnyt suurimman osan Minnan kanssa, niin ne on erilaisia interaktiivisia elokuvakokeiluja, ja niissä on oleellista se, että niissä on katsojalle koitettu rakentaa jonkunlainen aktiivinen rooli. Mun mielestä se sosiaalinen tilanne on niissä se määrittävä, ja niissä kaikissa se on erilainen.
Niin mun tekemissä interaktiivisissa teoksissa niin mä oon pyrkinyt siihen, että se jollain tavalla se aikakokemus olisi enemmän katsojan valittavissa.
No sehän menee silleen toisin kuin normaalia tarinaa kun tehtäisiin, niin me ei tehdä mitään valmista lineaarista pätkää, vaan tehdään pieniä videopätkiä ja sitten mietitään ne periaatteet, että miten yhdessä sen katsojan kanssa, joka osallistuu, niin sitten tehdään se yhteinen tarina.
Koitetaan saada sähköiseen audiovisuaaliseen mediaan niin kuin tällaisia tilanteita luotua, missä parhaimmillaan voisi tapahtua jonkunlainen semmoinen voimallistamiskokemus.
So this was Can't Anyone Help Scream Active project.
Thank you. So Teijo and Minna, 11 years ago, open situation, open movie, multilinear narrative or non-linear narrative with video clips that organize themselves according to communal event rather than being pre-organized. How do you see these playful art productions you did back then to relate to how we understand today storytelling, for example, in action-adventure computer games or role-playing games online, or indeed with reality television, voting, etc.? Can we start with Teijo? How do you relate those
Thank
pages?
you, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I don't, to the question, I don't play much role games or watch reality television, unfortunately. But I think, in a sense, like the main idea with the production that I was talking about, then Aquario from here, broadcasted year 2000. It was completely different media environment, media horizon. Like the mass media has always been, or not always, but was my interest then and is still. And there was not much. Television was the main thing, and then there was not so much interactive communication like social media. Television was the most social media, and thanks to Media Lab, thanks to the fresh ideas that were then supported by the small avant-garde that we had, there were brave producers in YLE who were willing to believe in our concept. With a thank of Raimo Long, the teacher of interactive television. Then he was good in talking about nice words about our words. So we indeed made a production, and the main idea, in a way, is of course a lot of thoughts were how to make it, how to conceptually create it. But the main thing was to kind of use the interactivity to alter the zone of night from. There is a potential of despair, or was at that time, and to give comfort to people who might have despair and sleeplessness. And in a way, I think nowadays there's plenty of possibilities to create your own mediascape. There's this kind of the nighttime activity, the nighttime horizon is much more rich, and you can if you don't want to fall asleep, you can create your own comfort if you can. But I don't know if you can. Like there's a lot of course other paths that you can take.
Yeah, but that's interesting what you say about the disappearing technology, which Heidi also pointed out, that the medium was completely different from 11 years ago and had a completely different chances. What do you think, Minna? Comparing that work to today's?
Yeah, I think when we chose that we were using like pre-filmed video clips and programmed editing rules, I think we probably chose maybe one of the most laborious way to make really rewarding interactivity. So when you mentioned games and reality TV, I think they are much more economical, so probably that explains the success. And of course we were then playing and experimenting a lot with how to make TV more interactive. So probably if we would do something like that kind of narratives nowadays, we would have much more different kind of things like social media that we would probably use in building the like our interactive stories. But it's been really nice to see the old works. I think there's a lot of nice qualities. I really like the playfulness that we had with our interaction those days. And I also really like the thing that we were really trying hard to build the whole storytelling on the interaction and really give the user a role in the stories. And I think that's really nice still to see.
Okay, so Petri, your interest in participation and empowerment, as we saw on the clip, has remained at the center of your work. But the focus, on the other hand, has shifted from open video to open data and data journalism that you're working on with right now. And actually, Petri is one of the founding figures of the Finnish open data movement. But what led you to change the perspective and the shift from open video and open like storytelling even to data?
For me, the reason why I do things is still the same. So my main interest has always been the space in society where we can bring up problems and unmet needs and to deal with them. And I think it's important to notice here that it's not so much about technical tools or products, but bringing up problems, it's a bit stigmatizing. If you tell that you have some problems, other people may think that you are not reliable or so that's why many times information or knowledge about individual needs or problems is not brought from. And so I think these playful video experiments, they used very different ways of creating this kind of space where you can be playful and communicate about things that you choose and without labeling them as problems or needs. And I think this is very important always. It's the same thing for open data. I think it's about presenting problems and making them visible for others. But the first thing, if you want to improve this, is to not call it presenting problems.
But opportunities.
No, but
play.
You have to be very subtle in that, how you present it and how you frame it. And so the open data movement is for the government a possibility to engage in something that is fashionable a bit and where they can meet new people and they don't have to yell for help, even though they need it. So it's a way of creating this space. And earlier I worked with video, but I understood quite early the emergence of social media and the importance that data will have in our society. And I felt that I had to intervene somehow into that process because the different actors always fight for their positions in society, and I wanted to do something in that space. And
be at the front.
Be involved in shaping that space.
Yeah, thank you.
Now thank you, Petri, opening the open narrative experiments into an open society, from an artwork to libraries and to the society. Our next guest, Pia Tikka, has opened up the media art scene and the narrative even larger, all the way to the neurosciences. She is a laudator doctor from the film department here with her enactive cinema doctoral thesis that is also published, and actually, may I even say that the leading figure on the enactive and cinema and neurosciences, if not only in the world. And her work with Rasmus Vuori, Obsession also won the Premier Pius Nordica back then. And I'm very happy. I have just welcomed Pia Tikka to work in the Crucible studio that I lead. So welcome, Pia. And I think we'll watch the final clip first.
Vuorovaikutteisuus on jollakin lailla niin yleinen käsite, että me ei oikeastaan haluta välttämättä suoranaisesti käyttääkään sitä. Että me haetaan niin kuin ennemminkin ehkä sanotaanko tämmöistä, niin kuin Rasmus Vuori sanoi, adaptiivinen elokuvateos. Eli elokuvateos on niin kuin, käy dialogia koko aika katsojan kanssa, mutta niin se vuorovaikutus ei ole ensinnäkään sitä, että katsoja kun tulee tilaa, niin tavallaan hän alkaa manipuloimaan sitä elokuvaa. Että se manipuloiminen ei ole niin kuin se niin kuin pääpointti. Mutta jossakin vaiheessa sen fiktiivisen maailman, sen kerronnan täytyy viedä katsoja niin, että putoaa niin kuin sille hallitsemattomalle tasolle. Eli silloin hänen tiedostamattomat liikkeensä, eleensä, niin kuin väistämiset ja näin, niin nämä alkaakin vaikuttaa siihen teokseen. Eli että silloin löytyy niin kuin semmoinen, jotenkin semmoinen kokemuksellisempi taso.
Mä ainakin koen silleen, että kun työskentelee ATK:n avulla, niin se antaa hirveästi semmoisia mahdollisuuksia, mitä kukaan ei ole koskaan aikaisemmin kokeillut. Et sit kun siihen liittää vielä tämmöistä niinku ripauksen elokuvatradition parhaimpia asioita, niin musta tuntuu, että lopputulokset voi olla tosi huikeita. Niitä ei ole vaan kukaan vielä nähnyt.
That was Teijo got the last word about that, and my question to Pia and Teijo is exactly about that. Like you both are, of course, very much like even looking for the right concepts for how should we speak about this new hybrid form that is like interactive cinema, and then you see Teijo that there are unforeseen possibilities there, and no one has seen them, but have you seen them yet? And are they coming? Are they still on the way? Why hasn't Wiley opened up more lately? What happened?
So I'm to reply first. So I think that if we think of the kind of a breakthrough of these new cinematic art forms or cinematic interactive forms, so. The thing is that we have not seen many of them in a level of commercialization, or there are not many out there. There have been some experiments, but we can't really say that there is an interactive cinematic form out there yet. But something that has been going on, I would say, is what I would like to call a silent breakthrough instead of like a commercial breakthrough, is that since, for example, the work that have been done with the colleagues here and my inactive cinema installation in 2005, since then the inactive new kind of cinematic forms have been, I mean, we've been lecturing about them. I've been invited to lecture of inactive cinema every year, and there's a wide and growing community that actually has realized the significant difference of inactive cinema from what previously what is called interactive cinema, so the kind of shuttle interaction of the viewer with the cinematic work. So I would call this like a silent work that has been going on. And one thing why the work is slow is, of course, that it involves a lot of technological development. We don't work alone. We need others too, and it's very cross-disciplinary. So we need people, new development, accumulation of knowledge also from technology side. We need accumulating knowledge from narratives, understanding of narratives, narrative comprehension, and psychology, and all disciplines that relate to what we call narrative comprehension and narrative experience, or experience in general. So, yeah.
Anteo, do you have an idea?
I completely agree with Pia, and I'm looking from slightly different perspective. past few years I've been working to survive with the digitalization of cinema, and also participating in this now research group Aristotle in Change, and I think we are living really great times. Like there's so much new coming with the shift of technology. It was 2009. We visited. I gave a lunch talk in DreamWorks Animation in Los Angeles, and we met with their head of 3D cinematography, like this virtual cinematography, Phil McNally, and he gave a nice lecture about the possibilities of 3D cinema. And he said that it's the biggest emotional experience that you can reach with 3D cinema is the sense of presence. But the producers, they mainly want attraction of action that can shock the audience. And now, a couple of years later, we saw the great film Gravity win 7 Oscars and create 700 million box office, mainly using the 3D cinema to create the sense of presence, like overlong pictures, but huge experience when you sit in the cinema and you see the floating. You are floating in the space. So I think we are the revolution happens slowly, but it's happening much faster than it has ever happened.
Sorry,
can I continue?
We got 5 minutes.
Yeah,
we
okay.
only have 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's the main thing. But I think the next interactivity will come. It's not a matter of us, or it will just happen.
Yeah.
I wanted to have a comment from Pia, but we have to go to the final question, right? Do we?
Well, it depends on how sharp the 5 minutes is.
If we have 5 minutes, I think we should go to the final question, and maybe when you're answering, do you need to comment? Why don't you?
Yes, the final question is.
Shall we go to that one?
The final question, the
Yes.
last. Because we wanted to have everybody to say something about the future, and because we have been now revisiting the old topics. One thing that has come up is the social media, and I think I would still like to hunt for the art, the role and function of art, as a kind of critical engine that sort of scrapes the surface of technologies. And I think what Heidi said was about that they're quite commodified already, the platforms, and it's difficult to scratch them, it's difficult to break them. But what do you think? Where is groundbreaking art to be found? And Mika will explain what this concept means about.
I will. I wanted to move to this question very quickly, and we can continue the conversation for the next 5 minutes, but let's try to be brief. But groundbreaking art is a very important concept in the Aalto University arts at the very moment as we speak, since already strategical decisions on the Aalto's arts thing is based on the research excellence and groundbreaking art producing pioneering education. So this where the groundbreaking art is today is absolutely relevant to Aalto University at the moment. What would you say, Heidi? Where is it?
I'm very uneasy with this whole notion of groundbreaking art, and especially in the context of the Aalto University, I think that there is a risk, like if we think about it too quickly and reduce artistic activity into innovation only. So I think it's extremely important to remind of this like critical faculty or of art making, and this was a concept that was very important for Minna and me when we were teaching at the Media Lab, critical practice, like how to develop like a critical discourse of science and technology, which is embedded in one's artistic work.
Lena, briefly.
Well, here in Media Lab, we always were really first adopters of any new technology, and trying to, with means of art, trying to make the visible its limits and possibilities. So what's new now? Flying robots. I saw this flying drone in Alppipuisto, and I googled it. I saw it last week, and turns out it's flying delivery drone that Amazon and Google at least are developing, and they once you shop something online, this robot using GPS delivers it to your front porch. There are military applications as well, but I would love to, of course, but I would love to give a couple of those bad boys to artists and see what they come up with.
So the hacktivist is there still?
Oh, yeah.
Briefly, please. We are running out of time.
Revolver style.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the art is happening everywhere, especially now, the groundbreaking art is everywhere, but it could be difficult to see it because we don't understand it in art. Later, the historians will say that was art.
I think it has been now for a couple of years also in the big media houses a lot of talk about transmedia and the need to do something new. So I hope that soon that will mean that there will be some opportunities to actually make the kind of experimental productions also. I think one of the main things that I learned in Media Lab was that all our successful projects were really based on a lot of user studies and a lot of prototyping, and I think that's still a key thing, that in order to make something new, people really should have the opportunities to experiment and also possibilities to also fail. That there is no easy ways to make successful things.
Yeah, I think it's important to know your art history, and artists have always been good in stepping back a bit further and in understanding how we understand the world and what are the concepts or images that we relate to it. And I think to be groundbreaking nowadays, you have to do your homework in understanding the concepts and phenomena that are central and strategic in the society nowadays, and to deal with them. And also like everyone becomes blind for them. So it's even good if you can frame it and show it that this thing affects us all and how we understand the world.
Yeah. So it seems that we now give Pia the final take on this. After the you can. But I find it that you have to continue on the critical discourses, drones, the great invisible, and the very content question of how we actually understand. So.
Okay, I was actually trying to skip this answer because I thought that people here answered really well different aspects related to groundbreaking art. But I would like to think of an example of potential groundbreaking art, which is something that I've been working with, is neurocinematics and neurofeedback systems, which is a continuation of the biosensor feedback system. We can move towards the neurofeedback systems of narrative media. So I just wanted to point out that the frequently asked question, which was also put out here in my questions that I got beforehand, was that is that this dystopia of neuro and mind reading machinery engaged with media, and I really want to emphasize that as a filmmaker, that Hollywood already did it, and they didn't need neuroscientists, they didn't need new technology. They are great mind readers and great mind builders. And so I would like to shift the emphasis of new groundbreaking arts like neurofeedback, narrative media, for example, to the thing of the content. Think of the content. It's not actually the technology, and so I throw the ball to the storytellers and those who make the content. What is the meaningful content? And any technology serves a meaningful content in a good way.
Thank you.
And meaningless content is always bad.
So content was put on top of that, but I also agree that perhaps a lot of it is invisible. It's invisible in the labs. It's invisible in the military fields, and referring to the first talk today, there was questions about ecology. Ecology doesn't have a voice. There's a lot of things happening around ecology, bioart, etc. So I agree with what you two actually brought up a little bit, that it's maybe we don't recognize it yet even as art or such. So I wanted to end in a kind of also a positive note about that sometimes it really takes, you know, it's not just that there were disappointed expectations, but sometimes it really takes 10 years before things become reality. If you like started envisioning something, it may really take longer time before to do that. And one example is this archive of ours, because already in 2004 or 3 and 4, when we did these interviews with Susanna Ones, I'm not sure if she's here, also a media labber, we wanted to do a generative, metadata generative online archive already back then, and it was impossible. I mean, we weren't yet there. But now we are, and we are going to open, hopefully, the demo version, at least, of this archive with also more media labbers interviewed by the end of this year. And we will probably have a collection, special collection for Media Lab 20 years. So through entering that, you can have more of them and others. Thank you.
That's good. And of course, all the artists who are now on the stage are exhibited in the exhibit. Everybody has a piece, I believe, here except you, but you are just a newcomer from the film department in the Media Lab. So please look at their work in the exhibits, what they have done during the last decade or so. And I go with Pia that this was a perfect ending note for our panel or talk show. That what really matters is the actual content rather than technology. And I like that Leibniz said that she was happier when she was working as an artist. It doesn't really matter if you are happy or unhappy, as long as you do the thing which is important to do. So we are back in the content. So thank you all.
In the long new.
Yes, the long new.
Okay, 5-minute break.
You're very good health.
Thank you.
We're running a little late for lunch, so maybe we get
Right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 12:03, and we cannot
Need some sound?
All right.
Start again.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon again, and you're very welcome to the third seminar of this 20th anniversary celebration. And I'm Koray Tyrol, and we are very happy to have here Andy Farnell as the main speaker of this seminar. Andy is a very important person in our field for many reasons, and especially his wider scope of contribution to the field that varies from game audio to sonic interaction, procedural audio to music. And he's the author of one of the important books in our field, Designing Sound. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Corey.
Andy has been also teaching, you have been also teaching since last week, composing with data flow programming language in the department in Media Lab. And in parallel with this 20th anniversary, we're also celebrating the 10th anniversary of this course that has been in new media curriculum. And well, if we look at the content that has been evolved over the years, even looking at the content of this course, one can really trace the audio-related interest in this last 10 years. And now recently, with Sound and Physical Interaction Research Group, we developed this interest further with research-driven focus. We are currently looking at the role of audio in designing new ways of interactions. And this is mostly about a bit history and today, but I would like to ask you, what is it there in the future for us, Andy?
I don't know, you might be asking the wrong person. Futurology is not my thing. If you want real comedy gold, go to futurologists. Flying cars, moving platforms.
What types of music there will be in the future?
Types of music, yeah. Now, when you say types of music, the first thing that I think of is that that's a question of like, what will be the genres? It will be kind of like dubstep with harp music and choirs with lasers on their head or something like that, but probably we haven't got a clue. The real question maybe behind that is what are the necessary conditions that we've got? What are the possibilities and opportunities for different kinds of sound and music? You know, that's kind of what I'd really like to try and move a little bit towards. Types of music, types of sound. I think that a lot of the discussion that I've heard going on today is very much about possibility versus problems, and that we have a kind of problem-oriented culture, and we're trying to move to a possibility-oriented culture, and we're trying to go towards something that's well, I mean, I was at a business meeting a little while ago, in which the slide went up on the screen, and it's kind of like, you know, what is the problem? Like these kind of strokey beard business meetings often are, it has to be cast in terms of a problem. So here's a solution that we offer. The problem is that music is really hard to make. And I already found that problematic. I was just like, no, music should be hard to make. I like it that music's hard to make, because that means that, well, you know, in some senses, the democratization, the accessibility of things is a double-edged sword. You know, whereas equality in the things that we do, and the aspiration and the struggle through which, you know, art comes to make things. So we're always trying to make things very easy and accessible. But you know, I think that's possibly a bad trajectory. You know?
Well, currently we have an established research field called NIME, New Interfaces for Musical Expression, and this is the field that explores the relationships we have with new interfaces in music, and the relationships we have with new ways of making music as well. How do you see NIME's current input in this creative audio scene?
Well, NIME's fantastic. NIME is a, if you like, rather than thinking of it as a source or a generator, it's a symptom. We're talking about, you know, media as being very influential and like thinking about its influence. But I think, you know, what is the thing that changes stuff? It's events. Events is what shapes the world. And those events can be new discoveries. One of the enabling conditions in NIME at the moment is the very good, enormous accessibility of cheap transducer technology. It's commodified now. You can get hold of gyroscopes and accelerometers and things for pennies. So there's a great enabling technology there. But we have discussed, I think, perhaps the aimlessness of some NIME projects, so people are just simply trying to reconfigure technology as an end in itself. And I'm concerned about where the telos is. It's not so much that content is more important than the technology, but there's another level, it's why. What are you doing it for? What's the goal? Is it arts and entertainment? Is it designed to provoke some kind of reaction of some kind? Art's a very deep and ancient thing. So I think we're kind of a little bit at a loss at times. But NIME is awesome because it's very it's the edge of exploration of configuring things in musical performance and so on at the moment.
Well, maybe I will reformulate the future question one more time. So what is it there for the future of NIME? So well, hopefully, I would like to see new protocols perhaps come out of it, new interaction paradigms, and an understanding of the role of music new musical possibilities in a cultural context, in a socio-cultural, humanistic, and the human values that are in there. Also, more reproducible research, more things that are kind of designed to be tried, experimented, and taken and developed further by other people. There's a very interesting tension there between the personalisation of the musical space. There's a really nice video going back of Julius Smith in the early 80s talking about computer music, and this is almost beautiful American super individualism there of like, I can be the instrument designer and the composer and the conductor, and I can, it's all this enormous power. And so there's a tendency from that, and there's a frustration that creates this desire to to reinvent and completely personalise your musical experience and the interaction that you have with the audience. And as you were saying, that's becoming part of the performance. That's becoming part of the interaction. Is this reinvention? So there's two trajectories coming out of NIME, and I think we said that possibly that there was two kinds of music in the future. There was easy music and hard music. Now, the hard music was the thing that would demand something of you, and it would demand something of the audience, and it would be heavily content-rich, it would be semantic, it would be purposeful, and so on. David Wessel has a good quote about that low entry fee with no ceiling, about own virtuosity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to create spaces, it's nice to create devices, mechanisms for other people to enjoy and have fun in. And that's part of procedural content development in general, is we're not trying to produce an object, an end product, a media. We're trying to produce the machine that makes the media, and that becomes the new media. So, I mean, code is that example. All programs are, procedural media. So when you make a program and give somebody a program instead of a sound file or a video, you've given them the means to produce the content. Now, what you then need to do in order to make that have value is to give them means, parameters, ways of making that meaningful to them and enjoying the experience. So the content that you create has shifted. It's shifted from being static form to being what we call deferred form. The form is not, it's immanent within the media that you make, but it's not on the surface.
You mentioned interaction, which is one of the metaverse in our new media practices. And how do you see, or what do you think about the possibilities and conditions of interaction in music practices?
Well, they're obviously enormous. There's a plethora of new transducer technology, massive amount of interaction modes and so on.
There obviously throughout for more research focus, more possibilities have been emerged. New techniques has been emerged to make the interaction more possible between the musical instrument and performer and the audience. And NIME is also looking into this direction and introduce different type of techniques that has been used for for some other purposes. For example, machine learning has been one of the things that has been brought up in order to improve or enhance this interaction.
Well, the mapping layer. I mean, the map is where machine learning really belongs. I mean, we have this sort of stack of agency from idea to its manifestation, and one of the difficult parts in designing a new interface or new performance mechanism is the mapping. To obtain virtuosity, you have to invest a lot of time in it. And of course, you know, there's this real tension in our culture between this immediacy. I mean, we were working back in RJDJ a while back now on kind of things where you could make Bach chorales with like intricate fugal interludes in them just by shaking it. That's not a musical interaction to me. It's fun. It's great that you can do that, and it engages people. It produces availability. Interaction.
How do you think that could be developed further? So how we can take the shaking the phone, that interaction, to a further to provide a...
I don't know, Corey. But what I can see at the moment, we're in the playground. We're still at the stage of trying to configure these technologies. Opening, as a project that you've been telling me about here in Aalto, opening this up to a more socio-political analysis is a very important step to contextualize NIME and kind of situate it. I mean, I'm involved in slightly off-field of that in my work in procedural audio, which is somewhat more theoretical and somewhat more aimed towards the games industry. But from a musical context, I think we've got a real renaissance in, right now, it's a very exciting time to be in music, it's awesome. Yeah. In London, there's incredible experimental scenes happening. I mean, they're happening all around the world now. There's a congruency between maker culture, hacker culture, and the new culture. They go together. Plenty of new material sciences, cheaply available materials, machines for working those materials, 3D printers, obviously, laser cutters, new kinds of techniques for working them. So you can move from an idea to an implementation extraordinarily quickly. And in software too, I've been teaching using Miller-Paquette's amazing pure data. I mean, that's really revolutionized digital signal processing in the educational way. In arts and in engineering, you can kind of just do in 30 minutes what it would have taken you a month to do in C++. And if you don't like it, you can try it.
Yeah, well, I think this open source culture really affected a lot in development of these practices, even not only the technology. You've been involved very heavily in these open source communities.
Well, absolutely. I mean, open source drives everything. I mean, it's the very basis of scientific discourse itself. I mean, it's not published, it's not science, is it? I mean, I'm really pleased to hear some of the themes coming out today. There's a much more humanistic, human-valued approach. I mean, people say the value of libraries. For example, check out Joe Deacon's work with New Blankets in the States, reinventing the library as something that's much more than books. And this goes against the commercial grain. I mean, there's a massive tension here. You know, there's, we were talking the other night about the criminalization of creativity, the walled gardens, the digital restrictions management, I mean, it's amazing, actually, for me to be here in the home of the Linux kernel, my first time in Finland, and the Moomins.
Yeah, well, I will save my question about Moomins later on. You are the author of Designing Sound, which is really a very a reference book that we have been keeping in our curriculum as well. And this is also one of our strengths, that we are in arts and design institution, and so we can actually practice art and design at the same time. And that's also the direction that we are looking at the role of audio. So how do you see sound as a design element?
Sound is sometimes considered like the forgotten design element. There's a real secret about sound. Other designers, sound designers don't want to let you in on it. And it's that sound design is the last frontier of absolutely unbridled creative freedom. There's virtually no structure around it. You get to do what you like. and you get to define the rules, and you get to play in the most incredible experimental ways. And because it's a psychodynamic to sound is that it's unconscious. Image informs, but that sound suggests and seduces and works in a completely different level. And sometimes people say, oh, the best compliment a good sound designer can have is that they're not noticed at all. I mean, it's kind of transparent. So within that, you get to do incredible things. There is an enormous culture and literature around sound design, but it's changing, and my work is focused on formalising it a little bit more. Not so much in the psychodynamic or socio-cultural sense like Merck or Sonnenschein or Schon and people like that, but more in the technical sense of understanding what sounds are, and what sound as a faculty, how we perceive it, and how that works with sounding objects in the world that we create. Digital ones, I mean, they're models of things. You know, so.
Yeah, well, I believe over the years also this interest in sound or audio as a design element also improved. Earlier, if you look at the earlier work, sound was only like an aesthetic element that you could just embed in any type of design. So you could create a background music for any kind of production. Yeah. But now it also evolved towards a direction that we have more auditory modes of perception that has been a little enhanced, so that you can do some other things than bringing a background music in your production.
Yeah, I mean,
your design element.
Yeah. I mean, that very phrase, background, you know, so sound is often an afterthought. It's interesting why it's an afterthought of post-production. I mean, it comes from a tradition, from a culture. It's like the set sound is usually very poor, so you have to add it on afterwards. And so in most productions, people kind of get to the end and they go, oh, no, there's something we need. Sounds, where's the sound? Let's get a sound guy. We've got no budget left. So it's moving from being the very last possible thing on the radar to being sometimes much. I mean, there were new disciplines emerging, new areas of inquiry. Sonic interaction design, looking at the role of sound in everyday contexts. Kind of, there's a relationship there between NIME and SID, and there's this is strongly design oriented, and I like to kind of contrast that with sonic arts, which is a more emotionally rich landscape. SID is perhaps more purposeful. And so it tends to get better, more grant money.
But do you think in general designers currently consider sound as a design element? So they do not really think about sound as something that at the end, just before the final release of their designs, they just put something, or they just actually really consider sound from the beginning.
Yeah.
During this, from the beginning of this whole design process.
Yeah.
Do you think that now designers really value?
No.
No, not yet.
No, not
yet.
Much. It's kind of nice that sound has a mystique around it still, but no, they should pay more attention to it. Sound is quite primary in many ways. Yeah.
Well, we have been talking with you a lot this last 2 weeks actually about this cultural ecology, and that was sort of thing that's still missing in this NIME community as well. But throughout this, the world from culture, I know that you are very much interested in movies. And I would like to hear from your thoughts actually, from looking at movie culture from London. How do you see movies as a cultural identity?
I was shocked.
Totally different question, but I think
I was shocked when one of the students told me that one of the last books Janison wrote was people go to Moomin Valley and there's nobody there anymore, and there's no Moomins there. There's only tourists, and I found that was a really clever statement. I loved that. I haven't seen that one yet. That it's just been commodified and commercialised, and it's been sucked dry, and rinsed out. I hope that never happens. And it's a very personal thing, the Moomins. I mean, like, me and my partner, we like to watch the Moomins on laptop. It's good stories, good storytelling. Storytelling's very important. In those stories, they're generic, that they have symbolism, which is good. I was thinking about the symbolism. I was saying the other day about. So Snork wants to build a flying machine, yeah, And read carefully, you know, flying machine means dreams of all different kinds, you know. And what are his main enemies? They are, well, one is his insecurity, his lack of his confidence, and Snork Maiden's there to make sure that he believes in himself. So that's not a problem. The other thing is the actual mechanism, the challenge itself. That's not a problem either. He's very capable of solving the problems that he has and making the world be what he wants it to be. But his real enemy is the witch, right? You know, because she wants a monopoly on flying machines. And I said, can I say that for me the witch is Apple? You know, as Microsoft,
yeah, I was just going to actually ask you, who do you think the witch is?
The witch is,
you know?
The witch is as somebody said earlier, those agents who would impose their view of things, who use media, who use art, who use technology their view on the world, and that's just what we do as human beings. But you know, there are clearly forces in the world now that are, if not out of control, very, very worrying in that field. So it behooves us all to take agency and to use these technologies to appropriate our culture. Yeah,
yeah, that affects the development and also the business, right? I mean, if everything is under control on one player.
Well, not, it doesn't even have to be one. I mean, the monopoly idea is interesting, but you know, interesting groups of powerful people can have a stifling, chilling effect on everything. I mean, the move now is I mean, I work a lot with developers. I do lots of consultancy with businesses and stuff. And one of the big issues at the moment is a movement for Apple developers at least to an all-digital interface, code signing and hardware signing built into it. That means that you know, the day when you use Apple money and your Apple thing talks to your Apple fridge, and you know, and it's a cult. You know, that's a cult. That's not a monopoly. Many visions become totalitarian. I mean, they're imminently, it's in them. It's imminently within them that they become totalitarian. It's not so much of a value judgment, it's just a case. That's the way they work.
We moved a little away from our main topic, from audio to all, but maybe it is like that. And you have been also involved in the business side of audio, this creative audio productions. Yeah. And actually they are mostly coming from research-driven approaches like RGDJ, Rolly. And how do you see this, the current status of this business?
Incredible. It's a really good time to be involved in startups, despite the enormous odds stacked against you in the ecosystem of this stuff. It's an amazing time to have an idea and to try and develop it. It's becoming more and more part of our culture, back to petty commerce, back to the small. And there's a huge renaissance in boutique manufacture in the UK and in London in particular, partly due to these new available manufacturing technologies. We've got companies with like 5, 6, 7, 10 people making products that are going global, and couldn't be a better time. The tools. One of the things that's creating the exponential curve is that the culture creates new tools, and the tools make things faster, and we can create new products and new ideas faster. So there's a lot of very empowering things out there other than the components of the technology. Methods in software engineering have got much better methods of managing software, distributing it. Lots of these come out of the open source culture, you know, of course, Git, CVS, things like agile paradigms, methods for doing this, just really making a difference. Yeah.
Great. I think we are approaching the final session. If you like, we can ask from audience point of view if they have any questions that we can take, maybe one or two.
Yeah, that's good questions.
I wonder if you could comment on. Thank you. I wonder if you can comment on the possibility that increasingly is to take pieces of music recombine it, and put it on the internet, so that it is no longer a composer per se, but the public reshaping music.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing that for about, I don't know how many thousands of years. It's called folk music. People would share tunes. You'd go to a public place. You'd play your guitar. Something like. It wasn't until, I mean, it's not even the Enlightenment. You know, it's another 100, 200 years plus, and somebody comes along with this absurd concept, this laughable concept of intellectual property. I don't believe, personally, I don't believe in intellectual property. I'm one of those people who don't.
Intellectual property, that is indeed a later invention.
Yes.
But right now on the internet, you can take each piece of music and recombine it and send it around. That is different from merely hearing something and playing it in your own way on another instrument. That's the different story.
I didn't quite get the question. I mean, yes, that happens. I think that's good. I mean, you know, code is remixed in the same way. It generally tends towards enrichment. So it depends what's going on in the society. And again, it depends on the telos. It depends on why you want to reappropriate it, remix it, what you're trying to do. But if the conditions are right, then it improves. It's a process of enrichment. Many people might think, well, it's a process of dilution, and it's a dive towards the lowest common denominator and total mediocrity and sort of bland. I don't think that. I've got more faith in people. I think they do good things with it.
There's also an element of democratization.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Mere participation isn't a sufficient reason to do it, though. I mean, a lot of people kind of do things because they can. So the technology becomes the reason. It's like, why are you doing that? Well, I don't know. Hey, this is cool though, isn't it, this app? It's like, and then a couple of weeks later, nobody's interested in it anymore. What method of sharing stuff? I think, yeah, you know, sharing, in its digital manifest forms comes out of frustration and loneliness. We all suffer from frustration and loneliness, and we want to connect with people, and we pick up the things which are, you know, like creatures do, sentient organisms, look in their environment, they pick up the things that are available, and they use them as objective reference points with their fellows. So if we live in a digital world, then we're going to share the artifacts around that we find in there. I can't see that that's anything other than absolutely natural, yeah?
We can have one more question.
None of our students are here. I was going to take the register, and yes, there we go. Yeah, it said in the contract that you had to ask a question.
Yeah, well, I think what you pointed out is really interesting, and that came from with new media practices, that we could now actually look at audio in this case, or music, as new entities. It's totally different than what it used to be earlier, before the digitization of the whole sound. Now it's turned into like a material that we can access anywhere and in any form, and we can take that material and construct something and design something very quickly. This also concerns the music production. But as you also pointed out earlier in the first talk, that it is only being accepted when there is a certain cultural ecology has been developed on that. So these things can be really happen, but it is not really like accepted as a music production. So that this always has been like there's somebody governing this whole production idea, and just copying, pasting from YouTube music scenes that we're not going to take you somewhere as a music composer.
No, you really have to bring, the energy has to come out of you, and it's just that the conditions have changed.
All right, I think we are running out of time, but thank you, and
okay, cheers.
Great.
Okay, everybody, we start at 1:30 sharp. Please try and make it back from lunch in time.
Hello, this is Gerd Leonhardt. Welcome to the Future Show. Today's topic is the future of work and jobs. This is the topic, of course, that concerns many of us because, what kind of work will our kids do in the future? And what possibilities will we have because of education? How do we have to get ready for this kind of work? Some of the key trends underlining work, of course, are demographics, including the fact that we're all going to get older. In the 1800s, we got to live to be 31 as males, and now we get to live to be 81. And it's quite likely that in 20 years we'll get to live to be over 100. The other thing is that we're all moving to cities. So rather than having 20 or 30 global cities, there'll be 150, urbanization. And we'll all be connected, and that will really impact the future of jobs. The thing that's happening with work, of course, primarily the driver is technology, is that we're able to offload a lot of work that's kind of robotic, you could say, or working with facts and numbers and menial, simple work, all the way up to, say, bookkeepers or data analysis or so. Computers and robots will take up a lot of that work. And there's been lots of research on this, including from Oxford, saying that 44% of all jobs, we're talking about 1 billion jobs, are going to be automated away in the next 25 years. And this sounds like an alarming message, and I think it could potentially be, considering that if you're a taxi driver, you may fall prey to the Google automated car, self-driving car. But there's also an upside to this, because in this work of creating new jobs, there'll be entirely new jobs that we haven't even thought about today. And some of those will be, for example, like digital curation. You know, taking content and putting it together for people to understand, and translating all that stuff that goes on around it. Social engineering, which sounds kind of suspicious, but being able to take social relationships and make sense out of it in a business relationship. That's already happening with social media a lot. Artificial intelligence designers, you know, people who are helping software and others to get to that point that they're able to assist them. But primarily what's happening with jobs and work is that we're moving to the right brain, which is creativity, imagination, storytelling, negotiations, feelings, emotions. So one of the great examples of how jobs are changing is when we look, for example, at the airline business, where it used to be a manual process of searching. Now that can be done on any website, having access to a database, we can compare prices and buy them and automate this entire process and change the way that people work. So travel agents are no longer doing what they did 10 years ago, but changing their way into more of a creative job, you know, putting packages together, advising people, and more on the right side of things. And this is a trend that we're seeing in general. When it's about jobs and work, we're going to lose all of those jobs that are essentially jobs that a machine can eventually, you know, a smart machine can eventually do. For example, there's a new robot called Baxter, which has been invented in a company in California that costs $27,000. And this machine can be taught to do something at a work environment that only people could previously do, because you can guide the robot with your hands and make it do what a human did, and it actually learns. It's a deep learning machine. And that will take over a lot of assembly line jobs that couldn't be automated until now. And then we have things like virtual pets, and rather than having a real dog, people are having a robot dog, which of course by any means is not the same thing, but they seem to like it. I think the primary brunt on this change in the future of work will be on men. Because they're not used to this kind of work to be valued differently, also because of metrics. For the role of women in our society in the future, I would say that there have been many arguments about technology sort of womanizing society, because what is happening here is that traditionally, which I don't really believe is true, but traditionally female skills, you know, understanding, negotiation, discussion, all these things are not considered to be hardcore skills like mathematics. We're moving over to that part of the society as an emphasis. It's much harder for men to do this because we're used to doing more sort of factual efficiency jobs. And education is already to a very large degree disconnected from reality in that we're learning things just in case we may need them later. And most times we don't. You know, now today the situation is, you know, even if you're already in business for some time or in the economy, then you always have to learn something new. Science is one of those critical areas where you need human ingenuity, right? It's a craft. It's not just adding up numbers. You know, a computer is not a scientist. Right? So we're going to see more craft people, more programmers, more hackers, more therapists, more cooks, all these kind of people who are doing things in a way that machines can't copy yet. So the definition of employment and what it means in the future is going to dramatically change as a consequence of this. The system ultimately tops out at a certain point when robots are taking over half the jobs and automation, and the other half is subject to restriction because of environment and all these kind of things. We'll have to come up with a solution that values us as people rather than as producers. And what is related to this, of course, is a discussion of education, of knowledge, of how we're going to get ready for this, which we will cover in one of the next episodes. Thanks very much for listening. I'm Gerd Leonhardt.
Welcome everybody back from the lunch, and we continue with the next discussion about the future of work and learning. And of course, with the Media Lab, we have this long tradition from the very early days on looking at the changes to the education and how people learn with the new technologies and of course the whole new media itself, the networks and so on. I have 4 guests. I'm really happy to have you over here. I will do a very quick introduction of you. Kirsi Juva, I got to know when she was studying the future expectations of the Finnish industries or the CEOs on what do they think, what will be the future of the work, and how we should maybe respond to that in education. And Teppo Säkkinen. I actually got to know Teppo through the same work of Kirsi in that time, and Teppo was that time, I don't know, is the league of the
upper secondary school
students league, heading that, and nowadays heading the Central Party youth, and probably will be the Ministry of Education one day to come, which is nice to have you over here at the university. Esko Kilpi I know from years back, who is an alumni from School of Economics of the Aalto University, and been very active on looking the future of knowledge work and work in a network society in general, and probably one of the most interesting blogs on the topic in Finland, at least. And Minna is a professor of communications, currently in New York, originally from Helsinki University, but also from Aalto. Aalto alumni, and now as a visiting fellow in my research group. And I'm Teemu Leinonen, professor in the Media Lab. I thought that we could try to have this kind of discussion, having the global view, but think local, and maybe think about what we can do in Finland, act locally. And of course, we live in this global world nowadays. I have a bit of worries that with the introduction to the changes in the work and then changes to the education, that what about if nothing will change? I mean in education. The teacher training will continue, train the teachers who love to be on stage and tell the facts for their children, and we have the whole system of examinations, and it even gets worse all the time. We try to get a good picture of they learning through examining them more and more. What about if nothing will change? What will happen? Who would like to start?
Well, let me try to answer it first. I think one of the basic undercurrents of the age we live in is being able to choose. And in a global world, you are very soon able to choose where you are educated and how you are educated, which means that the players who are not going to change are just going to vanish.
And there's a very clear example in the US where I now reside, where universities, for instance, are in great trouble and panicking at the moment, trying to think how can they change so that they still attract students who, especially in the field of media, technology and media arts, are doing hands-on work, starting their own businesses instead of going to school.
Yeah,
just saw a postcard from the beginning of the 19th century, where it was still, this is the future of education in the after 100 years, and the people, the students were sitting with their desks, and there was this kind of line pouring information into their heads, and it was very, very funny. But the funniest thing is that, well, in 100 years, what has changed? People are still sitting with the desks, and there is the teacher pouring information.
Yeah, well, my perspective has been more like how the work life is changing and how the companies will change. And I would say that, like your question, that I'm actually more worried of our work life. Like I believe more that the education and the learning will change. But what about if the companies won't change? What about if it's just talk? That everything is changing, but actually we're using the same methods and same rules and so I have more trust on education than on work life so far.
Yeah, but isn't the role of education is also to change the work life?
Of course.
Because we get the new people in there. A few words what Teppo mentioned, the picture I've seen the postcard too, can't remember the name of the artist, but it's French artist who has these futuristic postcards. And I've been thinking about the picture. There's also this teacher is putting kind of copy machine the materials where it then transferred electronically to the heads of the people. And if I think the MOOCs, for instance, isn't that pretty much the same thing what we are doing now? The teacher is giving the lecture on video and then it's put, but there's still this interface of you need to watch the video. It doesn't go straight to your brain. But
Yeah, I think that's the main critique, at least what I've read and heard from colleagues all around the world about MOOCs. And also what comes with that is, who are those who then have another kind of learning environment, who are able to be part of those perhaps elite institutions and be there face-to-face with their tutors, with their professors or mentors, I suppose, if we change our paradigm from really teaching to learning. And so who have to sort of continue this kind of, I don't know, radius model online because they cannot afford anything else. So I think an important aspect in what you're talking about, do we change, is also how do we change? And how do we change so that something that has been inherently very Finnish, which is a sort of egalitarian thinking about education, remains very much so.
So what should we do in Finland if we get to the local? What do you think about the universities in Finland at the moment? What should we do?
Would like to start?
The minister will tell you.
Well, as you are going to make the decisions, for instance.
Well, I think the developing always happens at the local level, at the schools and the classrooms. So I think the first thing is that we need freedom for the teachers. There was a very nice story about a teacher who is going to retire in a few years, but she thought that she has a couple of years left. She wants to do everything differently, so she threw the desks and chairs away and is doing quite new things. I think the egalitarian point is a good one, and one thing I've been thinking about is that if that's the future we are going to, it will be for people who are very well adapted to that, those who are like self-developing, like entrepreneurial spirit. They can make up their jobs, they can self-develop through their careers. But what will happen to people who seek more security, and will there be a situation where some people don't have room and place, that are left out from this developing through automation, digitalization?
Yeah, yes. I think we're in the midst of a tremendous change, and I like very much the heading of the future of work and learning, because work and learning should be the same thing. And that's one of the basic changes we're in the midst of, in the sense that in the industrial system, you could talk about competencies, meaning that you were competent after certain procedures, and competence normally meant that you are competent to utilize your skills with a machine or with a system that you are supposed to deal with. But as we talk about creativity, there can't be kind of thinking preceding action, but action and thinking needs to be the same thing. And learning then necessarily needs to be a creative process, not a consumption process. And to me, we don't have these systems yet. What's most worrying to me personally is that we still think that the unit of learning is an individual. So individuals learn, and competencies are attributes of individuals. But the way I see it, competence is an attribute of interaction between people, and as learning is about people in interaction. And then the focus should be, in Finland as in elsewhere, is to understand the quality and direction of the movement of thought in interaction. And that to me is by far the most interesting thing what comes to future schools.
That's a great point. And I just read somebody was blogging, a very famous professor of sort of technology and sort of and change. And he was saying that also focus should be a collaborative process. For instance, he was talking about laptops and smartphones in the classroom, and he says he used to do all kinds of interactive things in the classroom with the smartphones, whatnot. He has banned them entirely because of this reason. He says even focus is a collaborative process.
It was Clay Shirky.
Clay Shirky, it was indeed, yeah.
I think I've also read somewhere quite recently about the. Oh no! I get to that maybe later. But another thing which is kind of annoying me a bit and comes back to this that what is really education for, is that we start to think about education from the point of view of the work, and that how and then it relates to the productivity and how do we create new things and make the world to run in economical terms. What about happiness or having a good life? do we still have some role in there in education?
Well, I would say that of course, and it's really sad picture if there is no role for that. But I would also say that like working in many aspects should be actually something that you enjoy and you kind of enjoy your life. It's not something that, okay, now I work, I don't enjoy life, and now, okay, now I have done my work, and now I start enjoying. So I think, like in general, we should think like life like as one, and then there is work and something else. So
work can make you happy too.
Well, I think that's the only like reasonable and good target.
I agree. In the whole point of politics should be to aim for everybody's chance to be happy, not for economic growth or so on, but they can be related. The education used to be years back quite tailoristic, that you have very specific skills that you will need for very specific jobs, and you will get through this machine and you will be ready for work and work in the same place for your career. And that's something that needs to change, and we also need to give up the idea that you will be ready for the world after 10-15 years of schooling. I think we should maybe think about distributing education and studying and learning throughout the whole career, and that would also affect that throughout our careers in working life, when we need to change and adapt and maybe change careers, we will come back to schools, to education.
You first.
Well, I'm not sure about happiness, but I'm a great believer in doing meaningful things with meaningful people and in meaningful ways. So meaningfulness is really the key word for me personally. Now, what comes to education, I don't think education is going to be the thing in the future. It was a thing of the industrial era. Now we need to come up with new concepts and new ideas. And to me, meaningfulness is also understanding that there are always people who are ahead of you in the context that are of meaning to you personally, which means that to me learning is about a Twitter kind of asymmetric logic of following. And you should be able, and this is where the word education to me is tremendously meaningful, in the sense that you learn people how to connect with the tremendous numbers of so-called teachers, the people who are ahead of you, the people you should follow. And to me this also changes the logic of teaching and learning, because teaching then is doing what you do in a transparent way and reflecting openly the way you do things. And learning is then about practicing what you see and what you hear, practicing the tweets and practicing the contents, and doing that also in a reflective way in the context of work and together with others.
Minna.
Actually, I was going to say something else, but now I have to say something else. And actually following up all of three of you, because to prepare for this session, I went through all kinds of professions or jobs that don't exist anymore. This is a meme in the internet, as many you probably know. There's
don't exist anymore.
Don't exist yet. Sorry, sorry, Freudian slip.
Which is interesting too, to think that
exactly
what doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly right. There is a memory organizer, or actually one was drone operator, but as we know, that must have been like posted last year, and now it's already in existence. But there wasn't a profession which I think will be a profession, you can quote me if I'm right, in 2 or 3 years, and it's an activist, a professional activist. And I think sort of activism and sort of participatory, sort of even social participatory angle to one's work will become more and more important. I see it very much in all my students, the desire to do whatever they do as a profession in some sort of a socially meaningful way. And I see so many groups, well, in the States, the sort of civic activism has already a long history of being semi-professional. But I see that happening more and more. Think tanks that are maybe not politically affiliated, but affiliated very much to certain kind of ideologies or sort of desires to be change agent in a particular field, and so on and so forth. And I think that's definitely something we would have to start to teach our kids. all throughout, as well as scholars, which I am, to become engaged scholars, because there is not such a thing as a sort of objective scholar or objective artist, if you like. That's all.
Final point. Now I make what I thought to say earlier. I read somewhere, of course, it's hard to know is it true at all nowadays. But anyway, there was the story that Steve Jobs didn't let his own children to use iPhone or iPad because he thought that it's not necessarily very good. They should be working with the crafts and drawing with the pen and paper and get dirty. What do you feel about that? What kind of things comes up from that?
Well, yeah, one elder woman asked me when her son is with his computer, and she says that he's lonely, he's alone in his room, but actually he says he's interacting with tens of people at the same time. Yeah. So digitalization, the phones, iPads, they are a platform of connection with people. So I'm not that worried about it. But there was an interesting video where there was this very, very small child that was trying to use a newspaper like an iPad. So he didn't get it, like, how does this work?
Yeah.
Well, one of the most interesting movements is the maker movement, in the sense that you can also learn by design. You can learn from the things that you do with your hands together with others. So I'm absolutely sure that you have a very important point there.
I'm right now teaching a course on digital communities, sort of from the sociological perspective, online with my students. And interestingly enough, they are not so into talking about big social structures, but they want to talk about their everyday life. And there is such a sort of anti-digital device discourse and movement, at least among my students and on campus, even in the US, and kind of knowing the dangers. Yeah. And I asked them, is this a sort of good citizen discourse that you're saying this because you think it's appropriate to say, or do you really feel that this is influencing your lives? And they claim they do.
Because I'm seriously worried that we will have also two different classes of people which are kind of digital. But there will be those who are just watch the movie kind of people, play the game, and then there are people who are able to do stuff. And that's my big worry, that how could we make a world where everybody has a contribution to the digital stuff. And I think the maker culture is definitely a good start, but how do we make it for everybody?
Well, I think this, if the people who are just receiving and people who are contributing, that also relates to the point I made in my first speech about the if we will see a social split between people who can adapt to this kind of new work life and people who are left out. Maybe they are the receivers and then they are the makers, and that's something that worries me quite a lot. And because the skills that you will need, but they will be very highly skilled, soft skills also, people skills, but with a lot of background. So that's something maybe you can answer to.
Well. I've been studying successful digital communities quite a lot during the past year or so, and there's one kind of key thing that I see in companies. Many managers are very used to delegating things and kind of very used to, in a way, making things happen through a very different logic than is the logic of successful communities, where the logic is inviting. How you invite people and how you make the things that you do themselves inviting. And to me the answer is, let's invite people to join us. Let's invite people in. Yeah. Let's make what we do so exciting and inspiring that people want to join us. Yeah. So that to me is the key.
I give the final word for Kirsi.
Well, I must say that was really good point. Well, to the Steve Jobs point, I just think that it's really often when we think about future of work or future of education or something, it's a bit like either or. Like either we have iPads all the time, we use them all the time to everything, or then it's like there is a rule that no iPads. And I think that's like a big role for education to kind of find the balance, but I think it's something that also like schools and universities must kind of teach themselves and learn themselves what is the balance and like what is the purpose of using those things, that like kind of the outcome wouldn't be that there is those people who are using them all the time to everything, and then those who are not able to
or can afford not to.
Exactly.
Thank you. We will continue to the lobby and continue discussion in there, and please join us in there if you want to continue with us. I'm sure we will continue the discussion in different forums. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having a short break, not many minutes.
level study at the Media Lab. And I have 3 of our students here, actually 1 graduate already. So, Aki.
Hi.
And Ville.
Good afternoon.
And Eva.
Moi.
And first, a very brief introduction to what this Sound in New Media is all about. When I first visited Media Lab Demo Day back in 1997, it was more or less silent. And the word for the stuff, what was there on display was multimedia. And this was a common discussion back then that the multimedia was not that multi at the time, of course, due to technical limitations. Now it's completely different, but back in about 10 years or 11 years ago, I had a meeting with my colleagues from the Sibelius Academy and a couple of other colleagues that we should start a master's level education in sound design for things which are not film as such, theater as such, acoustics as such, music technology as such, but in the intersection of, I'd say, sound studies, which is the humanistics of the field, then experimental performance, and then music technology. And so this Sound in New Media came into existence. My colleagues from the other school said that the Media Lab is the place where this should happen, and actually the only place where this could happen, in their opinion. And from the due to the generous support of the former TAIC and now Aalto University, this collaboration has produced already graduates who are sound designers in the rest of the audiovisual, which is quite a lot nowadays. Take games, for instance. So you will introduce yourselves through your works and a couple of words. Let's start from Aki Päivärinne. So
yeah, sure. I'll get to my computer and show you some of my work.
So meanwhile, Aki is starting up his slides. For your information, Aki is working in the fields of performing arts like theater and dance, and then also games and sonic branding, which is, so to say, the commercial aspect of what we teach in this master's program. Okay.
Sure, yeah. So, Aki is my name, and I have a background in music and sound design. So I'm originally a saxophonist, but did a degree in Goldsmiths in London, graduated from there 2010, and started in Media Lab 2011, so a few years ago. And just after a couple of months, Antti offered me an internship place at Rovio, so I could do internship over there. And okay, this is cool, and I'm grateful for offering this opportunity to me. Thank you, Antti. Well, and my task over there was to work on an interactive technology for Angry Birds Slingshot, so that you can see over there. It's a quite big wooden construction, and it has a sort of like a pillow under the bomb bird, and there's a trigger pillow. So to say, once you sit on it, then you start hearing the launching sound. And once you get up, you hear the bird flying over the room in the multi-channel sound system. And this is all you can hear from here. This is a part of the sound design for the shops. So I've been working in Rovio creating this sort of atmospheric sounds and interactive elements for retail stores. So, and it was really interesting work. And from there, things got a bit bigger, and I started designing the soundtracks for like amusement parks, indoor and outdoor amusement parks, which was great as well. And I'm doing that right now for this. This was much smaller things, but now it's like a 32-channel big indoor areas and a lot of different activities and differently themed areas inside these theme parks. And what can I say? It's like it's been quite a trip with Rovio, but at the same time, I've been working on other projects as well, and taking a lot of the stuff I've learned also at Media Lab to my work in Rovio, and also further from there to my different sort of artistic work with the dancers and different installations and site-specific work. So, I'm gonna show you. This, for example, was an installation called Double Blind, where I'm using like interactive shoes that are sensing the weight changes of weight on your feet and creating sounds from there, and as well as my work at the Zodiac Dance Theatre, where I had created did a interactive floor where the dancers can interact with the floor, and by using the floor they can create sound for the dance performance. Gonna give you that was the Angry Birds part. And just quickly some samples from the interactive dance things. Of course, it's a bit dull when you can't see the dancer doing anything, but anyways, some sound extracts, weird stuff. Okay, that's for my part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aki. So next one is Ville Wallenius, and he's a guitarist and singer-songwriter and short film, game trailer composer and whatnot, and graduated last spring. And your project is something to do with guitar playing, right?
Yep. Hello, everybody. My background is in the film sound. I'm a sound designer for films, for advertisement, for games, and other types of media. For my master's thesis, I was doing something completely different. It was this. I have a background in. This is called the air loop pedal. I will briefly introduce this one. It's basically, I'm manipulating guitar signal with this, and this is based on motion detection sensors, and it's controlled with my feet. Okay. This is the building process of it, and I'm using Arduino One inside, and infrared sensors. So let's go. On the right side, we can see standard guitar pedals. They are analog normally, and this whole thing works as analog. This must be a little confusing right now, but I have a little video clip. We were actually planning to do a little gig in here, but unfortunately it wasn't possible. So the basic idea is here. On the left side we can see the guitar, and we are going to the analog input of the device. Then I'm splitting the signal, and in the signal processing loops I'm doing whatever I want to the signal. Then with my feet in the air I'm crossfading the signals back to 1, and it goes to the amp. And right now I could show the video. How does it work? So there's 3 loops. First is clean, the second is tremolo, this wah-wah-wah-wah effect, and then there's fuzz overdrive in the right sensor. And let's see. Yep, shiny and dramatic. If I still have a couple of seconds, I could explain a little bit. In my master's thesis, I wanted to investigate some new creative methods for doing different things. And I was studying what really evokes the user's creativity, or my creativity, while I play guitar. And then I figured out that these accidents or these new coincidences have a strong ability to feed my creativity. And that's why I'm using this non-tactile system. So there's no feedback coming to me except the audible feedback, what I hear. This is a nice quote from David Lynch. Yep, that's it. Thanks.
All right, then Eva Grayson, a composer, sound artist from Canada, and please.
Yeah, what do I do? So I studied composition in Vancouver. I graduated with my undergrad from there. Basically, since coming to Media Lab, it's been a really interesting time for me. I came from quite a traditional background, so lots of orchestration and arrangement and conducting. So since I've come here, I've gotten very much interested in data flow programming, and I had done for my graduation piece performance and video piece, which was quite against the grain of what that university would have been doing. And so since coming here, I've gotten a lot more interested in live performance related stuff. And I guess I should show the performance that I'll be doing. Tuomas Ava is another student in my year in the sound program. We're both just entering our second year. And he can't be with us today because he's in New York. So we are actually doing a virtual live performance. We pre-recorded video and audio that he was doing, and I'll be playing with that. So we've started doing a noise project together, which has absolutely nothing to do with my thesis, but this is what I'm predominantly doing at this point. Is it safe to plug in? Yep, okay. Sorry. So what I've done, I've been working with Max, so I've been building my own instruments, and Tuomas, whose thesis is dealing with basically iPad app as instrument and virtuosity. So we've been working on an album together, and each track I've been building my own instrument via Max, so that's what I'll be performing. So that particular patch is a 50-channel step sequencer, and that actually I used most of that same patch for a performance in Birmingham back in May that was for a 100 loudspeaker concert. So I've been kind of kidnapping various patches depending on the performance. I have another one that if you guys are at the party tonight, I'll be doing a set with Simon, who's right over there, using a sample-based step sequencer thing. So. Again, this has nothing to do with my thesis, but this is what I've been doing on the side, and that's the beautiful thing about Media Lab is that you end up doing a lot of things that have absolutely nothing to do with what you came there for, but are wonderful nevertheless.
Right. Among your thanks for your presentations, Aki, Ville, and Eva. There's a bit of a technical jargon or sort of expert slang in your descriptions, like step sequencers and max patches and so forth. But since this session is about the master's education at the lab, I would like to ask you what in your personal experience has been the most important or memorable thing during your years at the lab, like in terms of learning, if I may specify my question a bit?
For me, I think it was, first of all, it was really easy to come into the lab, start my studies here, because I had just moved in back to Finland from London, and I felt really comfortable coming in because it was such an international environment. And also, like all of the pure data courses and all of that, I had started learning Max MSP already back in London, but taking all of that knowledge a bit further was opened my eyes in different ways. I think was really important for me at that point of my studies then. And also the scenographics, the workshop, wooden workshop, and all of that, learning how to weld and doing things on your hands. That was really, really important, and how to combine the two things, like doing something from the wood and doing something from the electronics, and doing some software on a computer. It's like combining all of these three different elements together. For me, it was really fulfilling, I would say.
Ville?
I think for me, one of those media labbers probably now, but those crazy courses of PIPSA, they were most important for me. And go find out. And also the courses of film sound departments. And that's it. Yeah. Of course, Antti's courses, but that's the obvious.
Okay. So, Eva.
Personally, I think every course I've taken, I've found something to use out of it. I think it's mainly been the fact that I have the freedom to do pretty much whatever I need to do. The range of courses is quite large, so I've been just throwing myself into different ones where I have never worked with that program before or never worked in that way before. So I think that has been my favorite part of being in the Media Lab.
Yeah. So I must also mention that our research group, Sound and Physical Interaction, led by Koray Tahiroglu, who you saw on the stage before the lunch, together with Andy Farnell, is a really great asset to the program. So we get a lot of benefit from having in-house research on sound and sonic interaction design at the Media Lab. But then, thinking of the previous panel about the future of education and learning, then and work life, how do you feel your near future or mid-term future at the moment? What kind of a turn your career might be taking soon? What's bubbling under? What you are going to do next? So, who's first?
I get to start. I see myself still as a sound designer for TV, movies, and other types of media. And also, I'm doing music. I'm still playing with the bands, but nowadays it starts to be as my hobby. So, I think it's mainly for me. I'm going for the sound with motion.
Right.
I'm doing a lot of spatial sound design at the moment, working with different core ruokakauppaketju, like grocery stores, creating like soundscapes for like beverages section or fish department where you get your fishes, stuff like that. So, and also working with Rovio still together on these different concepts, and besides that, I've been working with my wife, who's a dancer a lot, and different dancers. I'm doing just graduating from Theatre Academy from the sound designing department this next spring. So, also theatre is my passion, and I definitely like contemporary dance productions and different installations and site-specific stuff. So I think I'll keep on doing all of this that I've been doing by so far.
Yeah. Right then, Eva.
Well, since I'm just going into my second year, I haven't really given much, I'm trying actually not to give much thought to what's going to happen after the thesis, because I've already found that the opportunities that I've had are thus far during my master's has been completely different than I would have thought anyway. So I've found myself multiple times now being a helping hand with sound installation, working under somebody, and I guess in a sense I'm treating that as an apprenticeship because my thesis is dealing with biosignal related sound environment and durational performance, and so I'm hoping to just keep going with larger sound installations in the future. We'll see.
Would you like to comment on each other's kind of a situation now? Is there, because you're from kind of a different classes, so there hasn't been that much change in the program. Of course, we keep on updating it in rather in a rapid cycle like the whole Media Lab does, but.
Well, you saw our installation at the Vapaan Taiteen Tila. And because I was thinking of like if I'm doing stuff like sound designs for various spaces or some like spatial sound design for some like, for example, grocery store. It's a funny example. But anyways, so how to make that, so to say, more reactive, and sometimes what does it mean like interaction, and what does it mean if we are interacting all the time? We all know this, and if you have a sound in the space, I think already that you have that sound there and you are listening to it, you are already somehow in reaction or in relation to the sound. But how do you guys think that would be maybe interesting to see some kind of development on that area, maybe to
you mean
some
in public spaces?
reactive sounds in social spaces or social environments?
Yeah, I think in a way we're heading towards that. I mean, if there's already, I mean, you're doing commercial work where this is happening in a store already.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that that's just a natural progression that we're heading towards.
I'm seeing more like a sound graffitis also, like something how you can say what you have to say, like put it just somewhere and it will be there and no one can take it out for a while or something, perhaps.
Yeah, Aki has a good point. And what I was missing in our department was a space to do these kinds of things. There were lots of possibilities, but own space for Media Labbers.
We'll put that on the wish list.
It's somewhere here.
No, I mean, I think also that, like, also that we are turning into more like computers itself is going to disappear as an artifact, perhaps, in the future. And so that we are going to interact more and more with the sound, and we are hearing all the stuff around us and how we're going to react with that and how we're going to deal with it. I think it's really important in future how we're going to utilize the sound in more versatile ways, I guess.
Yeah, I think thinking of the range of activities and arts and design and business that just the three of you are working is rather wide and sort of I hope this is something which we at the lab who have been thinking of this curriculum and together with the people from the Sibelius Academy is the programmable and adaptive, interactive way of handling sound, which starts at our place from the data flow programming, which is kind of in the core of the research group, and then expands to whatever, like Paul Weir from London, who is teaching game audio at the lab. He has lately done projects where he has been creating environments for commercial spaces using game engines,
Did the Harrods as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Harrods, and there was a bank which ordered adaptive soundscapes instead of just music as we known it earlier, that it's something you push the play button and there's a sort of a loop, but something which adapts to the time of the day, the climate, the light, whatever the stock market, if it's in a bank, and then
That's a bit dangerous.
It might be dangerous as well. I'm not saying that, but
it's more kind of transparent. If you put stock markets in a bank on your audio loop, I guess it's a good idea.
So I think we are coming towards the end of our time slot, but since this is once again about education at the lab, what kind of what would you like to say to the students who have just started 1 month ago, the first year students at the lab? What is your message and guideline to them? How to survive Media Lab?
I would say try to do as many courses in your first 2 years as possible. So, good one. And try to get abroad as well. I got a chance to travel to New York to Audio Branding Academy's seminar over there, and that was valuable for me. Try to get abroad, I think.
Yeah. I was this close of quitting after 1 month, and I said to myself that just really keep on going 3 months more, and it will get easier. And that's the truth. The first year, it's a pain in the but yeah, it gets easier, and you can experience much more things later. And yeah, I really liked what Eva said about the you never know when something ends up, when you end up doing something what you didn't expect, and experience as much as possible. But on the other hand, maybe I sound like my father right now, but be on time. That really helps. Like with deadlines, with every session, just if you be on time, you're going to be on the top of the list.
You sound like me, actually, now.
The range of backgrounds of my fellow Media Lab students it never ceases to surprise me, and I remember orientation last year and getting to see everybody's portfolios and just realizing the vast array of backgrounds and projects that people have worked on. The biggest advantage I think you can have being a student here is to just be in the company of all these people. So I think that I took it on myself to try and get to know all these different people, even if I didn't think that I had any relevance to their projects. Just figure out who you're interested in working with. Because I don't think there are too many other points in your life when you have the ability to work with such a diversity of people, unless you stay in academia forever, and I feel like a lot of us probably won't. So I think that's the biggest thing to take advantage of.
Right. Yes. There's a lot of enthusiasm in the first months and the first semester of the studies. That's what we notice, but this is really good to hear sort of a opposite kind of experience, kind of the first month, or the kind of the honeymoon experience, which was really like, you said to me you came to the personal study planning discussion to me, and you said like, I'm a guitarist, what do I do with pure data? Well, you did your master thesis, the guitar pedal, so I think it's paid off to be patient.
You get me.
Yeah. All right. I think it's time for questions from the audience, if there are any. Please wait for the microphone.
Hello. good to see those great works coming from the young people in the new sound design career. And just a question for like these new sound designers coming out, that well, it came more from what you are doing with the environmental sound, that I see that more and more people is getting into the sound for more individual kind of sound, like always with headphones, and like getting out from the actually sound environment or soundscape and try to individualize sound so much. So you as young sound designers, how do you see, like, can you bring actually the sound more into like social sound, trying to get people out from their own like small bubbles and get them enjoy kind of together some, like in old times, probably you being a composer, like we only went to concerts instead of like closing ourselves in our own what tastes of music and so on. Don't know, it's not a clear question, but how would you see yourselves working for it? Or?
Well, last year I had the privilege of working on a sound installation that's in Aurinkolahti, that's in an elementary school. And I think that one of the joys of what we're doing right now is that we get to take these kind of non-spaces where people don't really even want to be in and create a social setting out of it, and also bring that, make that non-space have a sense of place. And I think that that's a really nice thing that hopefully we're moving towards more and more, with whether it be in an elementary school or in a store, or even say out on in really public spaces like streets or walkways or whatever.
We did a performance a couple of weeks ago in Itä-Pasila as a part of Urban Aappa festival. So we had a sound installation with the headphones on, based on the headphone pieces, and it was so. It felt so important to bring sound into place where, like, so-called non-places, and so all the people that wouldn't normally see these works can actually enjoy them in their natural environments, if I can say that. But it felt really, really important to me, like to do that work over there in Itä-Pasila.
I think, from my part, that's pretty much it. Apart from live music, I always work in my studio in a box, so I'm not the right guy to answer this question.
Well, any other questions? Or yes, please wait for the microphone.
Yeah, this is about like how do you look at this whole university? Because there is on one level Media Lab, then there is within it Sound and New Media, and then there is Media Department, and you could say School of Art and Design, and then there is Aalto University. So in these different levels, like how far do you think your kind of collaborations would go, or do you have difficulty at any stage trying to understand at these different levels what's possible?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, I guess I'm in the program, I'm working in a couple of different levels right now, because I'm also working as research assistant to Aalto's artist in residence. So I guess for myself, I'm helping something that's a little bit larger than just Media Lab itself. But I mean, being a Media Lab student, I feel like we are sometimes tucked away. And I think maybe it's our with the move here and being able to interact more with architecture students and move to Otaniemi, that maybe it's kind of our duty to get out a little bit more, because we are already so diverse and multifaceted that there's no reason to not be interacting more with the other departments.
I've been working with the costume designers and also with some scenography students from the film department, and also what else? From Theatre Academy, of course, where I'm from, also doing my studies. But that's pretty much it, I guess.
Yeah, I have to add that I was working quite a lot with movie department, and right now the Media Lab is in Otaniemi and the movie department is here. I expect the movie department will move as well during a couple of years.
Sooner or later, yes.
So this phase of 2 years or 3 years, who knows, is it's not the end result. So I don't assume that all the university is going for that. So I expect all the departments are going to be together, and
yeah, that's the plan. Andy, did you have a question?
Yeah. My question was going to be, how do you guys see the role of a new media practitioner in a professional capacity? Look around us now. We've got, in the traditional media, you have live sound engineer, dubbing mixer, camera operator, at least well-established orthodoxy of roles. And I'm thinking about the people, some of my students, colleagues, people I've seen come up in new media over the last almost a decade. An example might be, say, Rob Thomas, who's become a reactive music producer. He works with artists, Imogen Heap, people like that, whatever. And he's got a skill set now that is marketing as a new media practitioner. Can you see that role developing? I mean, how would you guys present yourselves? Do you see new media producer, new media creator as becoming a well-defined and recognised role, or is it always going to be on the margins and something a bit experimental?
I see it in my profession, I see it as a one tool. Just as a one tool, I do linear media and I do non-linear media and blend them together, and sometimes it's much better to use just the linear stuff. For example, in storytelling-wise. So it's just one tool for me. But it's an important tool, and it had opened my eyes quite a lot since I started using like Pure Data and Max MSPs and all of the other software, I think.
Okay, briefly, we have 1 minute left, so.
Okay, I would say that I don't consider me as a new media sound designer. I'm one part of new media, and my field is this film and game sound, for example.
Personally, I mean, this gets into a whole other discussion of what will be new media. So I think that the face of new media is a constantly changing thing. So as far as if we're able to clearly define it, I'm not really sure. And I think that I generally agree with your point as well. That it is, for myself, it is one tool. I come from quite a traditional background, and I still have a need for those things as well. So it's just, it's one more tool in the toolbox.
All right. Thank you, Eva, Ville, Aki.
Thanks.
Coffee break.
Okay, we have 10 minutes. We come back at 5 past. For those of you who want to exercise, there's a mini.
Okay, I guess we can start. So welcome everyone to this next session called Digital Dystopia. And of course, during the history of the Media Lab over 20 years, we've had lots of ideas about the future, and a lot of the time they have been quite positive, and we've explored the different potentials of digital technology. What kinds of new possibilities are opening up with the digital technology and the different ways how it can be used for interesting things. And myself, my name is Kari-Hans Kommonen, and I lead the Arki research group, and the name Arki means everyday life in Finnish. And our topic has been to try to understand the impact of digital technology in everyday life, and for 20 years we've been mostly focusing on, like I said, these kinds of interesting possibilities. But at the moment we're worried, and I have collected this panel of four people, and I think all of us are worried. So that's why our topic is today digital dystopia. And we are worried, but I'd like to know, is somebody else worried? So if you are worried about digital future, could you please raise your hand so we can see if somebody else is worried as well? Okay, quite many. So that's good and comforting to hear. So first, I'd like to ask all the members of the panel, please, to quickly introduce themselves and explain their sort of point of view to this topic. So could you start, Jari?
Thank you. So my name is Jari Arko. My background is in networking research. I work my day job is with Ericsson in Kirkkonummi. I'm also the current chair of the Internet Engineering Task Force, an organization that is developing basic internet technology and trying to improve them. And so based on my background, my take on this topic, of course, is an engineering one. What can we do? What can we, as IETF or vendors, as researchers, do to improve the situation and think about things like privacy? And going back to your question about should we be worried, I am worried. Of course, I'm also very optimistic that we can solve at least some of those problems. But I just wanted to go through a little bit of why it might be useful to think about this a little bit and not worry, but consider some aspects. So our lives are more and more online. Like when I was a kid, I had chats with my friends, and no one no longer remembers what we said, and we might have said some silly things. Today, when my kids are talking to their friends, some of that information may actually be stored and be available for a long time. And it's very difficult to protect that information. It could accidentally leak or maliciously leak. And we have, as you know, commercial use of information, what people do online that gets used commercially. We have devices that you don't necessarily know what's inside. Do you trust these things or not? Maybe you should not always do that. The Internet of Things, I don't know if you have heard about that, but that is going to bring our lives even more digital in the future. So you'll have your heartbeat, your GPS track, even things like what your light bulbs are doing or your toaster is doing might be available. And also putting everything in the cloud and not storing it in our own computers anymore, which is very convenient, but also has some dangers. And the global internet sort of works on this winner-takes-it-all approach, where the best company or the most advanced features will win, and that creates kind of a big target for any malicious activities if those get hacked or legally challenged somehow. And of course, we've seen this information collection or spying activities. We talked about that quite a bit. And so I don't want to say these things because I want to get everyone depressed. I'm not depressed personally. But it's just we have to take some of these challenges very seriously, like privacy. The future is not set. There is no fate. We can select what future we will be based on our own actions. Are there things that we can do, technically and legally and politically?
Hi, my name is Ville Oksanen. I also work for Aalto University, but in Otaniemi in the computer science department, and my background is actually in law, or I have graduated from Helsinki Law School. And I guess my perspective to this question is therefore comes from privacy legislation and also more on the political side, as I'm also a vice chairman of Electronic Frontier Finland and one of its founders. And I guess Jari already opened the big questions quite well here, but for me, I think that the biggest threat is actually that we are moving to a society which is extremely afraid of all kind of risks, or we want to live in a zero-risk society in which nothing bad can happen. And technology is right now giving us opportunities to kind of reach this goal, or we can create a society where everybody is monitored at all times, so we can make sure that nothing bad happens. And from political perspective, this is very enticing scenario or perspective to be able to promise to your voters that we can create a society where there's no longer crimes and no longer bad people. And of course, it also means that we are no longer free persons from personal perspective. So I guess that is the fundamental dystopia what we are facing now.
Okay, yes, my name is Rasmus Vuori, and my day job is that I'm coordinating the MA in New Media program, so I could have continued debating the last panel's New Media thing. But now here I'm in the role of a person who has a background. I started hacking in the 80s and living online, and then all kinds of cultural activist art forms also having been involved in, and so on. So these are all questions that are very relevant to me as well from that perspective. And I would like to actually say a few words about what I think about this title, the digital dystopia. Of course, that has a very negative connotation. Dystopia is something negative, but what actually are those dystopias? And there's, I mean, we're in a crossroads now where we can go into very different directions with what's happening in the world. And of course, one of the obvious dystopias is the surveillance society and this kind of 1984 world. And on the other hand, one man's dystopia is another one's utopia. So that is the problem, like Ville said, about we want this safety and we want this very comfortable universe where nothing bad happens. On the other hand, there's this dystopia with this totally anarchist society where there are no rules and no laws at all, and there's all kind of like also a movement towards that where nobody takes responsibility, and we have this complete anarchism in this digital domain, and that's another dystopia, and that's sort of the other extreme of this spectrum. And that, of course, that's a dystopia from somebody who wants to have an organized world, but it's a utopia for the online anarchists again. So I don't know. And then the big question is, of course, that how do we find a society that functions in this world with all these new powerful tools and mechanisms in place? And it's not only a technical issue; it's a societal issue. And how does society develop with these new powerful tools, and how do we keep up the pace with this?
Yeah.
So it's a big questions.
Yeah. So I think all of these topics we should sort of try to tackle in a short time, little by little, and also we'd like to have discussion with all of you as well. During this or in the end. So if you have something really important immediately, you can wave vigorously and try to catch our attention. But otherwise, anyway, in the end, we will ask for questions and comments. But I'd like to first of all think a little bit about where are the problems, because it's sometimes it's so that you can identify a set of problems, but then you ignore a bunch of others. So first of all, I'd like to point attention to the problems in everyday life, because I think that a lot of the time we pick something like, okay, there are these revelations of NSA spying, or there's this kind of crime hacking going on or somewhere else. But I think that we have fundamental problems in the way how the digital infrastructure in society has been built because of certain developments. For example, I think that in everyday life we have a very complex set of devices, mobile phones and laptops, and then we use services that are far away and so on. So we actually have a quite complex ecosystem in our everyday life that we use. And at least my own finding is that it's very hard to maintain that in operation, because all the time different vendors are telling me that, okay, now you have to upgrade this system, and this browser has to be updated, this operating system has to be updated, and this leads to in a cascade effect where I have to update other things and so on and so on. And finally, I find that many of the things I had been using before don't function anymore. And if I try to go back maybe 3 years into history and do something that I used to do 3 years ago, I may be finding that, okay, this program that I have upgraded and these data files here, they don't match anymore. I know people who have had bad accidents happening to their photography collections, for example, and so on. So I think that there is this sort of commercial drive to evolve this ecosystem, and all of the players in the industry are taking a lot of care of their own ecosystem, but not of the compatibility between these different ecosystems, and all of this is causing then a lot of trouble for me. So I think that that's also a dystopic aspect of this. I don't know do you feel, is it important? Are you worried about this?
I think it is important. I point out one thing is that it seems that speed of evolution in networking and what kinds of features we're bringing out is very fast compared to how the legal system is coping up, and we're still applying telephone era laws, for instance, into internet. That's not very applicable, really. And the same thing is with humans and how we employ the systems, because it just keeps changing very fast. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that I think the core issue is who owns certain things. So when you have a situation where other parties own your data, whether it's your photographic collection or someone else, and they make it difficult for you to move it around, then you are in trouble. But we should fight for the possibility of moving our things, like me as a consumer, to whatever place that we feel is appropriate. That should be easier than it is today.
Yeah, this data ownership is definitely one of these big questions, because current cloud-based model seems to run pretty much that way, that the companies try to own the users' data as much as possible. Of course, that's well, it's kind of logical, because their business model is to use your data to produce the profits, so they need the data. But at the same time, it would be, from consumer's perspective, it would be much better if you could own your own data, and therefore this data tai suomeksi mun data movement is so important that we could basically grab the ownership of data for ourselves. And that's actually something that the European Union is right now deciding, or at least for personal data. But for example, how many of you know that the European Union is right now making legislation regarding personal data?
Hands up.
only a very few persons, and it's one of the most fundamental legal projects for, let's say, the whole information society, because this new regulation, what is going to come from European Union, is going to dictate who owns the personal data, who can control it, what kind of safety protection there should be, how the data minimization should work, how the privacy by design should work, and so on. So it's extremely key components how this system works, and how we can fight against this dystopian visions. And still there's no political discussions, very few people knows what this is right now going on. So that is also one of my big worries, that this is somehow so difficult topic that at least normal politicians don't really understand it, don't care about it, don't discuss about it.
Yeah, I think the whole discussion of ownership and control is really important, and I think they work hand in hand. And to connect back to these systems and the walled gardens, that of course companies have an incentive to build these walled gardens, and they want to lock you into their system and their products. And of course, I mean, it's natural for a big corporation, they want to maximize their profit, so it's very natural. If you go to anybody who's running a shop, they want to ask as much possible high price as possible for it, so there's an incentive to do that. But on the other hand, we as people and consumers, I prefer to use the term people and not consumers, we are acting as consumers. Okay. But we make choices, and we have to be aware of those choices. And the ownership, for example, of our own data, that the definition that data is something that you can actually own is something that hasn't been around before. And of course, it's something that we can discuss and we can negotiate the value of that. I mean, we don't have to own our own house. We can also rent it. But it's an agreement. It's a clear agreement where we have the basic rules and fundamental rules available for that communication. So, for example, I don't mind that Facebook has my data because I consider it's not my place. It's sort of like I'm renting a flat and I know somebody else actually owns it. But it's useful for me. I like to have a place where I can go because I'm actually paying rent to the landlord, and I can go in there and I know I'm not being bothered, because then again there are laws that protect me, so even the landlord cannot go in without their own key and wake me up in the middle of the night. So there's clear laws that protect my integrity even if I'm not owning my own house or apartment. And I think, as Ville said, the legislation around this is very important, because even if we can sort of give up some of the ownership and share that, and then somebody else has some advantage of that still the rules and the mechanisms around it have to be very clear. And I think it's very important for us as well to be aware of those mechanisms, and we have to be aware and protect and sort of cautious about the mechanisms and think about the effects that they have in the society, and also for the future. So we cannot just follow as sheep and be lazy and entertained, like in the Wall-E movie, if you've seen that movie, where people just sit there and get really, really lazy. That's a dystopia. Wall-E, something is a dystopia.
Okay, somebody's waving. Can we get a mic, please?
I agree totally with Rasmus's idea that we talk about people and not consumers. But I think we're talking about more than possessions, because we're talking about our work. If a photographer has a database of photographs which they've spent weeks, months, years working on, and Apple decides to stop supporting that database, they are effectively taking away the work that has been done from that person. And this is a serious, serious issue. And it seems that there's no legislation and no political discussion about how companies can disrupt the livelihood of people that have to use digital tools. So I think it needs to be beyond my stuff that I bought. This is also about the work that I've done, and ultimately, of course, about culture too.
Yeah. And I agree that it's really a big question about ownership. So that's one of the aspects, this intellectual property that came up earlier. That because of various intellectual property protections, it's very hard to compete with the dominant platforms. So if somebody is able to develop a certain position, it's very hard to challenge them. And a lot of that is because they can very easily sort of strike back with different kind of legal action. But going on forward, I think that one of the really big things that has happened lately is that during the past year we have learned a lot about the sort of hacking and spying and all various kinds of illegal and hostile actions that are also taking place. For example, we know, based on Edward Snowden's whistleblowing leaks about the operations of NSA and their quite extensive way to spy on people, collect information, and also hack and disrupt systems. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
So just one thing at the beginning, I want to say that I think everyone knew that some amount of these activities are going on, but I think the scale and breadth of the activities took us by surprise. So it has been a surprise and a sort of negative surprise. Oh, this much bad things are happening. And it's still continuing. The bad surprise is continuing, because when in the public sense you discuss that these and these countries or organizations are doing these things, and suddenly the other countries realize that, wait a minute, we don't get to do those things. Maybe we should create a law to do that. And we've seen some activities in Finland around that, for instance, and sort of a NSA envy kind of situation. But I wanted to go to what can we do, because we can't really control foreign country intelligence agencies. I mean, we can talk about it all day, but it doesn't really help. What can we do? And going back to my engineering background, so I think there actually are many positive things that are happening today or these years. One of the trends that I see in the networking is that we have more and more end-to-end security. For instance, when you do web browsing, more and more companies are turning on HTTPS for various reasons, not just because of the surveillance revelations, but that's one reason. And so that traffic is growing. And the same thing has happened with email. Without us really knowing about it, the server-to-server communication has been, in many cases, secured actually today. So these kinds of activities make it possible that less people have, or less organizations have, access to your data. So you still have some issues because there's fundamental limits to what can you do. If I put my photographs in some company's system, of course I have to trust the company to not share them or to keep them forever and so forth. But at least I'm limiting my trust to that company and not everyone else on the path where I might be accessing the photographs. So that things we can do, and we're working in the internet technical community to build better protocols or make some improvements to help these trends. But some good things are happening at least.
And also some things are happening in legal level, or it's actually not true that we cannot do anything against foreign intelligence. For example, we can set rules that companies like Google, Microsoft are actually forced to keep the data, for example, inside the European Union instead of giving the data to United States. And this kind of regularization of internet is well, it has good and bad points, but generally speaking, at least it gives more control if you have a physical control to the data, or if data is hosted inside Finland, it's much easier to, for example, to police to investigate who has had access to it compared to the situation in which the data is hosted in the United States or in some cloud services where you don't really know what data center is actually hosting it, or if it is actually spread around the globe. So in that sense, it's well, there's been so far proposals, but no concrete actions to this direction. So it's interesting to see how far European Union is willing to go in that sense. Of course, this can be used also as a justification for bad things. And we are seeing right now inside Russia that Russia is basically making law that all the data has to be hosted inside Russia, and which gives, of course, control to them. But in this case, because we all know what kind of situation Russia is right now, giving control to the Russian government for your data is definitely not something that you want.
Yeah, I think there's, I mean, these are big, really, really big questions, and I was supposed to come with some simplified ideas and thoughts about it. But I think there's three main points that I think are really crucial for the situation that we are in, and none of them is really technical. Maybe a little bit technical. And actually, one of the dystopias is if you're technophobe. Of course, the dystopia is that we have all this technology around us, and we have all this data. But okay, we here probably have all given up on that already. We have that data, and we accept that. So we have these huge amounts of data. But something that is important, and I think one of the key, there's 3 points I think are important, is that already now we're used to we lock our cars, we lock our doors. And we have locks on lockers, even if there's nothing really important there. We have these traditional rules that a letter is also in an envelope, and it's easy to open that. You just rip it open and you take it up, but we have laws against that. So I think we should have more encryption. We should use encryption. We should have that as a default in most of the traffic, and then we can have like just a cultural difference is that when we should encrypt everything by default, and if somebody breaks that, it's a decision by somebody or a mechanism to open up something that is not meant for you. And that, I think, is an important issue. That's one of the things. Another one is that as we live in democratic societies, at least hopefully so, that means that we have to sort of be available, we have to function, and we have to be able to vote, and we have to understand what we're making a stand on. I think that's another issue that's very important. So that it's not something that just happens outside of our control. It's that we need to have this understanding, and of course that with the development going quite fast, it's a problem for democracy that people don't really understand what's happening, and that's always a problem for a democracy. If people don't understand what's going on, then they can't have an opinion, and then the democracy can't work. And I think the third really important thing that's more relevant now than ever is a really old thing, and it's this Montesquieu separation of powers. And I think that's something that's fundamentally broken down currently. The whole NSA wouldn't function, wouldn't exist if the United States would have a proper separation of powers, because they have messed it up there pretty much, and now they're not able to separate these powers, and that creates a totalitarian society where they have a surveillance mechanism. But if we have these properly separated powers, then and a democracy, that will never happen. That's at least what I strongly believe that. So these are elements, and none of them is technical. The technology that we have here with being able to control all this data, of course, encryption is a technical solution to this, but the rest of it is just something that it's very powerful. It's like having nuclear weapons or an axe. Everything, you can do really nasty things with them, but they're instrumental, and the solution is not an instrumental solution. It's a political and societal solution. Okay.
Yeah, good words.
Got carried away.
Any quick comments?
Yeah, I want to go back a little bit on this possible legal remedies or actions that we could take, and argue a little bit against you, Ville, that they are not always efficient. Like in this case of EU regulation on what can be given and where. There's also similar regulation and courts making decisions in other countries where we already have seen these cases where court in one country A says that the data from another country B needs to be given to the police in country A, and I see this as resulting in a big collision where the courts and diplomats will sort this out for the next 20 years. I do believe actually more in the immediate possibilities of encryption, because that limits who actually gets the data, and then customer choice or consumer or person's choice and a government choice on where do they put their trust in. Do you trust X or Y, and for what reason?
And we are right now seeing this movement towards more encryption. For example, Apple started using that as a selling argument with the latest release of iPhone 8. Or it's we are claiming that we are no longer able to give the data to the authorities even if they want, because only the user has the encryption keys. And well, this question is it true? But if it's true, it's definitely a significant move. But it's also a move towards kind of different business model what we have right now. And I guess for Apple it's possible, but for example for Google it's not. Google cannot give a user a chance to encrypt all of users' data, because Google needs this data to be able to do their business. If they don't see what you're sending on your emails, they are not able to profile you, so they are no longer able to make any profits. So it means that they have to basically start selling, for example, Gmail to the user. So users have to be willing to pay for this right to encrypt his data.
Yeah, I'd like to say that one of the things that you said now is that can we trust that this statement by Apple is true? And I think that that's one of the key problems that we have that is sort of impacting this whole topic, is that we have a lot of unwarranted trust towards the systems and their owners and the businesses running them and so on. And I think that the sad thing that has happened during the past year is that our trust has been proven to be misguided, and we should not be trusting these different organizations that they are doing what they are promising they are doing. And the problem is that, for example, there are very few tools for us to be able to find out whether we can trust them or not. And I think that my own belief is that the only way we can solve this problem is that we have to build everything from scratch with open source, so that all the code can be audited, and we don't have to trust an organization to find out if the code does what it's supposed to do, that we can see the code and lots of people can see it and test it and so on. I think that there is no other reliable way for a safe future. So I think that's a very big task ahead of us.
Even that doesn't help, because you have to be also able to trust your hardware.
Yeah, I mean, hardware, the same thing. You have to also have...
but you don't have open source hardware.
Yeah, we have to have. I mean, that's the point. I think that, well, I have to say that we are planning to tackle this topic in an initiative we call Redesign of Society, where also the digital infrastructure problems we have to think about over the next 25 years or something. So I think we have to have this kind of perspective where we not only think how can we fix the problems of 5 years ahead. I think we have to seriously consider that, because this digital infrastructure is now a foundation for society. It's not some kind of an add-on that sort of is a tool for entertainment, but it has become an indispensable fundamental architecture for society, and it's now completely rotten. So how can we build a sustainable future society on this kind of foundation? I think that we have to see a future where this architecture has been fixed. So I think it's very important to start working on it today.
I think you mentioned architecture. I'd argue that some of this is actually more fundamental than the technical means that we have to do things in the internet. It's about, for instance, this competition aspect, that the winner takes it all, and then you have this huge targets that intelligence agencies go for, and you have that sort of commercial power to use the information, and difficult for others to enter. And I think it's those kinds of things also, like we talk a lot about spam. I argue that spam is kind of inherent in the ability to communicate openly and expect messages from previously unknown parties, and the sort of differences in the world on what is considered trustworthy. So some of that is actually fundamental to the concept of communication as we know it. So it's not that we necessarily can change the architecture if this more fundamental factors stay the same. So I'd argue that there's room for thinking about this from the perspective of competition policies and providing heterogeneous solutions, open source, and we actually have, by the way, open source hardware project as well. There's some running in the world. So,
but definitely, I mean that with the architecture, we have to change also the societal, political, legal systems around so that they facilitate reliable digital infrastructure.
Actually, well, I would say return a few years back. You mentioned the winner takes it all thing, and I think that's a weird thing that whatever happened to monopoly laws, we've already had this ideology before that it's not healthy for our society to have monopolies that work with commercial interest, and now all of a sudden what we're seeing is that we have these few entities that basically own, like Google owns the search engine market, and nobody reacts to that, or almost nobody reacts to that in the same way that it used to be, that you had to split up these companies in smaller so you have this healthy competition, or if there's a monopoly, it has to be controlled in some way. And these are societal issues, again, they have nothing to do with the technology around it. And so I think that's one big thing. The other one about spam, I agree, it's part of the open society that we can communicate and we can express ourselves, but of course another question is that what kind of responsibility. So some of the problem with that is that the actual senders don't take responsibility and they're not the ones behind it. And some of the problems with the completely open net and the anarchism around here is that we have these dark sides of misuse of freedom of speech that become. We have the case, the Sarkeesian situation, for example. There was an ad hominem attack on steroids, and it was completely wrong, and nobody took proper responsibility of that, and we don't want to see that either. But that's a completely separate discussion, and we're running out of time here now, so I'm sorry. But I think back to the original question, I think monopoly laws is something that we've forgotten. We actually have had all the societal mechanisms and ideologies around for ages, and somehow we've just forgotten them. So I think we have to go back a couple of steps in.
Actually, well, there's right now even going proceedings against Google, for example, inside the European Union. But it's definitely true that Google has been quite good on that game, or they have been able to more or less to neutralize so far these attacks based on competition law. But it hasn't been forgotten, but it has been, I would say, a bit weaker than it used to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to soon finish, so I'd like to ask for some questions. But before that, I just, personally want to sort of propose to everyone, also to you, and that I think this is a topic that we really have to be worried about as society, and it's very important for everyone to think that we need not only technical changes, we also need political and legal changes to deal with this question, and it's a defining question for our future together with digital technology. So if you think we have a future where digital technology plays a role, it's in your interest to think about this and influence this. So after that, I'd like to ask for questions. Klaus, please wait for the mic. It's coming.
One has to be a little careful with the notion of intellectual property. This is only 200 years old, and it came actually out of Britain because publishers wanted to monopolize particular authors. Before that, we could live in a society where everyone could copy a piece of music, and in some sense, you're talking English, otherwise you talk Finnish. These are all plagiarized words from others. So we are living in a society where that is actually ought to be free. The real problem is that before that, we didn't have these kind of monopolies. And particularly, we didn't have the association of individuals with what is said. You don't know where you got your words from, me neither. And so that is very healthy, but as soon as we couple the identity of someone, then we can search, and that becomes a totalitarian society. So I'm all for big data, collecting everything, why not? But I think what needs to be done is to disconnect the individual from the data. And then this is a different kind of society. Now, this is a legal issue, it's also a technical issue. But I think one should not, the idea of ownership of data is, I think, a little suspect for me. It's not very social, if you want.
Someone said Orwellian, and I think we use the word Orwellian very glibly without really thinking about what Orwell said. Orwell was all about language. And there is one solution that we've touched on, but we didn't really investigate. We talked about legal, technical things. One that we haven't looked at is cultural. And obviously, why I applauded Rasmus when he backed out of saying the word consumer, and I was really pleased to see that. My students who've been with me the last couple of weeks will know, as every student, I begin every class, and I say, anybody who uses the word consumer in an essay or in class, you're done, you failed. And it started as an experiment. We have the power to take back language, we have the power to reappropriate it, and these things spread. I'd like all of you, even if you don't follow the advice of switching on encryption by default, if you do one thing in your lives going forward from today, stop using the word consumer. It's very disempowering, it's very insulting. We don't use the B word or the N word, we don't accept sexism or racism. I come from England, a country that has a vile class system, so why do we perpetuate this stratification, this classism of producer and consumer? And I've heard it said today that we're all producers in a sense, and I like that. And I think by seeing ourselves not as consumers, we stop being dependent and entering into a contract of infantilization and neediness that these services provide us. Ultimately, the responsibility is with us, the users of the technology, and we, again, we throw ourselves at the mercy. I think the fault lies, it's not in the stars, it's with us. You know, we need to stop behaving in a way that invites this abuse.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that time is up. We have to finish. Thank you very much. Unless you have a quick final word to, as a reaction or something? Or?
Well, just encrypt your email, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
We have a short break before the final session.
better. All right. So I'm Mikko Junnila, also welcome on my behalf, and we have a game designer, writer, and speaker Stig Curran here, who's gonna tell something about the situation with the game industry. Thanks.
Are we ready to drop the lights? I think we might need to do that today. Hey, that's not correct. The view is wrong on here. I don't know if anyone can fix that because it's showing the thing. It was simple. I could have done that, but it's nice to have people. Right, okay.
My drinking is killing me. 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 My smoking is killing me. My diet's killing me. My heels are killing me. My shopping's killing me. My ego is killing me. Can't sleep, it's killing me. My label's killing me. Kick drum. My phone is killing me. My email is killing me. These hours are killing me. My toy is killing me. This flight is killing me. My manager's killing me. My mother's killing me. My landlord's killing me. My boss is killing me. The TV is killing me. Your nagging is killing me. My boyfriend's killing me. My talking's killing me. Killing me. Killing me. Can't sleep, it's killing me. My dreams are killing me. The TV is killing me. My talking's killing me. Let go, you're killing me. Ease up, you're killing me. Calm down, you're killing me. My God, you're killing me. Killing me. My drinking is killing me. My smoking is killing me. My head is killing me. My mind is killing me. My back is killing me. My neck is killing me. Your nagging is killing me. My gut is killing me. My PMS is killing me. My email is killing me. These hours are killing me. My toy is killing me. This flight is killing me. My manager's killing me. My mother's killing me. My landlord's killing me. My smoking is killing me. The TV is killing me. Your nagging is killing me. Ease up, you're killing me. Let go, you're killing me. Calm down, you're killing me. My God, you're killing me. Don't fucking tell me what to do. Don't fucking tell me what to do.
Okay, good. Hey everyone, I hope that's grabbed everyone's attention, brought focus to the room. My name is Stig Curran. I am a game designer, a consultant, and I am a writer, and I shouldn't have to look at my notes to know that. I am from the future. Today, I am from the future. I'm even older than I look. And I'm here to tell you all about how the games industry died. I mean, it's so great to be given the opportunity to do that, even though it's a sad subject. And I am grateful for that, and it's hard for me to see all of your hopeful, bright faces. Maybe you can rewrite history from this point. I hope so, even though you're all doomed. back when games was still a thing, back in your time, not in my time, before the killing, I was creative director at a studio in England and in San Francisco called Zoe Mode. At Zoe Mode, I made bad games, and I made good games as well. I made some bad games too. I don't think any of those games, good or bad, killed the video game industry, but it's hard to tell sometimes, and I've thought a lot about that in the intervening years. After I left Zoe, I set up my own consultancy agency, whose logo should be on the screen right now. Oh, no, we've lost it. I set up my own consultancy agency. It was designed to help companies make better games. I worked on all kinds of things while I was at agency. I worked with one-person indie studios. I worked with global mega publishers. I worked on a different project every week throughout 2013, 2014, and beyond. And I guess that put me in a perfect position to watch the death of the industry, to see how it died. And I guess that's why, for a time, I was a suspect. I talk too. I talk a lot, not just like this, not time traveling to spoil your future. But as part of university courses, as part of conferences, I talk on my own radio show. I talk at workshops. And as I planned this talk, I thought a lot about the talks that I was doing around this time in 2014 and 2013 too. I wanted to put myself in your shoes. I thought that, you know, if I could do that, we could connect a little more, despite me being, you know, a time traveler. I remembered that 2014, it wasn't far from the end. There were these kind of little quakes as gaming tore itself in different directions. Some days, the whole of us, all of us, people in this room beyond, we read those quakes, those pains, we read them as growing pains. And that made sense, right? The democratization of tools and hardware that you're currently experiencing, that gave rise to new voices in video games and game creation. And maybe that was more exciting for game critics and veterans than it was for the hardcore gamers who wanted to play the same game over and over again, the same murderous, violent game. That schism between critics and gamers, that caused violence and fury. I remember my blood boiling back in 2014 at the way some of my friends were being treated. Vile misogyny driving them out of video games, stopping them from making more beautiful things. But again, I thought it was just growing pains. We thought our medium was so young. We didn't know that it was about to die. I thought about this question a lot on my way over here in my time travel machine. Is what I'm going to tell you, is it a warning from history, a warning from the future? I don't think so. I think it's a warning about the present. In truth, and I'll let you in on a secret, I am still bitter about this. I am still angry. I'm more angry when I become the person that I was in 2014. I think about the way they treated her. I think about the things they said about her. But it's too late, right? It's too late. History is written, and all of your futures exist to me, as clear and defined as a river on a map. Every single river flowing from this room. Every single river, every single future changed by the death of the industry. So, let me tell you how they killed her. In 2013, I set up a consultancy company, agency, with journalist Lee Alexander. Our aim was to help the games industry through these growing pains by providing objective external vision to people who required it. It seemed logical. As a developer, I spent a lot of time looking for a service just like this. But consultants were consistently a waste of time for me, a waste of money too. So Lee and I were determined to fix it, to make our process useful. That meant looking at all of the things that games are, all of the things that developers want their games to be. During that period, I never thought more about the shape of video games, which is weird because a year before that, I thought I might never think about them again. I'd lived with the games industry all of my life. We were childhood sweethearts in a way, in that perfect storybook sense. You know, we met back in the 80s and we were so comfortable with each other from the very first day. We held hands when we thought our parents weren't looking, but everyone knew. I mean, everyone knew. Everyone knew that we were made for each other, a perfect match, and we would grow up together. We'd explore the world. I mean, that's not to say we haven't been through difficult times. We have. Of course, every relationship has those times. At university, we took one of those breaks. I mean, this was on me, really. I decided that it was time for us to see other people. I dabbled with music and cigarettes, and I'd be lying if I said that wasn't fun. I mean, it was really fun. I had some great times, some brilliant times. But inside, I could feel this sadness, this emptiness, something missing. This balled-up fist of jealousy, it had punched me in the pit of the stomach when I saw the video game industry around town, laughing and joking with younger men. I knew I couldn't live without her. I wanted to make her life better too. That was my pledge. And soon we were together again. In 2013, we almost broke up for good. Now, I talked a lot about that in the talk I did in 2013. And in a sense, this is a sequel to that. It was a really, really painful time, but it made us stronger. I learned that no one is perfect, that nothing is perfect, and life is short, much too short to waste. More than that, it's much too short to waste on things that you don't care about. And I decided I did care about video games. Working on agency was the thing that brought us back together. It was the engagement ring slipped onto her finger. We moved in together, and that should have been that. Should have been the end. But this isn't that fairy tale. I should have known something was up when she didn't answer the phone. It was sometime in the afternoon, later this year, and I was wandering through a bright, beautiful London in between meetings. I didn't really want to tell her anything. I just wanted to hear her voice. She didn't pick up. I should have known something was up when she didn't reply to the text message that I sent later. I went out after work with some friends to celebrate agency's first client. It was a big victory, a big day for me, a big day for us, our future. I kind of wish she'd been there, but she wasn't. I sat on the top deck of a bus back to our apartment in South London, and I idly thumbed through Twitter, inhaling hits of thoughtless, transient gossip culture, cute jokes, curious links, thoughtless rhetoric. "Free-to-play is killing the games industry," wrote a friend of a friend, retweeted into my timeline. No, it's not, you idiot. I saw her just this morning. She's fine. She's beautiful. I should have known something was up when I found our front door unlocked, open just a crack. "Sweetheart?" "Sweetheart," I called, a little angrily. "Sweetheart? It's just not safe to do that these days. You know, you've got to be careful. It's 2014, right?" Then curious, then worried. "Sweetheart?" That feeling you get right then at that moment. That feeling when should have known turns into new. I knew something was up when I saw her on the floor of the living room, just in front of my TV, the body of the games industry, beautiful and precious and motionless, only just breathing. I screamed, no thought process, just primal instinct, and the rest is a blur. They say you remember these emotional peaks in your life. All I can remember is panic, abject panic, vomit rising in my throat and choking me. This can't be happening. This cannot be happening. A blur. I leaped towards her, the faintest heartbeat. Her jaw moved slightly. Those lips I kissed so many times opened just a little. She was trying to say something. I leant in to feel her breath on my cheek, her last breath. "Stay here, don't go. What happened? Stay with me. Goddamn, stay with me. Stay with me." I pull her tighter and my head on her chest now. One final heartbeat. And in the time it took that heart to beat, she whispered something. A name, a word, something. "Who did this to you? Who did this?" but I couldn't hear what she said. So I called an ambulance and I sat next to her body, her hand growing colder by the moment. Who did this? Who would do this to her? Free-to-play killed the games industry. Of course it did. I've been so stupid. Who else could it have been? I could see it now. With her final movement, she twisted her body to point to the consoles beneath my television as if to say this. People used to pay for games, and now they don't, and now I am gone. We were cheap, and this was the cost. She was the price. And that guy on Twitter, I dismissed him, but he'd been trying to help me. What if I'd seen his message earlier? I scrolled back through the timeline to find the tweet. Crucial evidence now, but it was gone. Did I imagine it? I searched for killed the games industry, and all I found were 100 more suspects. Guns killed the games industry, read one. Achievements killed the games industry, read another. 3D killed the games industry, a third. Stop the clock, put a time on the point of death when we ditched pixels for polygons, when we forgot about fun in our endless quest for realism. The games industry did not die on the floor of my apartment. She died in an uncanny valley, drowned in a pool trying to see her own reflection. Bump mapping killed the games industry. Not the actual technique, but a metaphor, a figurehead for all the vogue, bullshit technical effects we chase like zombies. Like how in the early 2000s, cell shading was killing the games industry, or when we switched to 3D, polygon counts were killing the games industry. And in 2014, we are told that frame rates are killing the games industry, but who cares? Who cares how many frames per second the movie runs at when you've seen it 1,000 times before? VR killed the games industry. Oculus, Morpheus, Google Cardboard, Samsung's announcement, the next wave of Kickstarter hardware promises, and the first games, the same games as we've been playing forever, just wrapped a little further around our eyes. They were enough to distract us for a few weeks before the candlelight started to flicker once more. Motion capture killed the games industry. Ragdoll physics killed the games industry. A tumbling fucking mannequin tumbling forever. Linear stories killed the games industry. We heaped praise back then on stories delivered in cutscenes, which the player could never, ever change, as if that was where our medium excelled. The story of The Last of Us, it tells us not about Ellie or Joel, but about our industry. It should have shown us what we really want to be. It should have shown us that Hollywood would kill the games industry, or our pursuit of Hollywood at least, always comparing ourselves to our bigger, older, credible brother, like using metrics like biggest entertainment launch for validation, while knowing those numbers disguise a bigger problem. Our search for gaming Citizen Kane has gone on so long, it's a cliche. But the problem is not that we haven't found an answer, it's that we're even asking the question. Mario killed the games industry. Sonic killed the games industry. Ghosts of good times everywhere. A lonely, chubby Italian man lost in thought in a retirement home, occasionally mumbling "Mamma Mia" to an ancient punk with a Sega blue Mohican, both remembering the times they were young and relevant. Cliches killed the games industry. Jump on heads, duck behind a crate, explore the sewers, find the secrets behind a waterfall. Acronyms killed the games industry. MOBA, Dota, RTS, FPS, FUCK, YOU, every single impenetrable letter a warning to outsiders to stay the fuck away. Local multiplayer killed the games industry. A local multiplayer game is just an excuse to hang out with your friends, right? Imagine what happened the day we discovered that the fun part of that is not the game, but the friends. Everyone looks around, switches off their game systems and starts making out with each other. Lack of local multiplayer killed the games industry. Of course, the only alternative was games of solitary confinement or watching online multiplayer, which killed the games industry. Because, truthfully, the quickest way to kill the games industry was always going to be this. Take a 5-minute audio recording of a single multiplayer gameplay session of Call of Duty and make it required listening for any parent before they buy their kids a console. Esports killed the games industry. Keyboards killed the games industry. How could we ever, ever, ever have thought that arrays of digital buttons were the best way of interacting with worlds? Keyboards are for writing a suicide note, not for dancing. Joypads killed the games industry. Just the same inputs, just with prettier colours. Kinect killed the games industry. No, we killed Kinect before it could. But there was always something else. Gimmicks killed the games industry. We rushed headlong into the next distraction, like how motion control killed the games industry, because I never, ever, ever, ever wanted to tilt to move. AR killed the games industry. Or location awareness killed the games industry. Or motherfucking QR codes killed the games industry. No. Skylanders. It was Skylanders that killed the games industry. So at the start, you bought a game, and that was that, right? Done. Then slowly, via add-on packs and then DLC, we worked out how to sell games piece by piece by piece. And by 2014, even the most expensive games were monetized with add-ons. First, largely virtual, but then often real, and never more symbolic than the gaudy plastic trash of Skylanders. It was serial toy junk designed with absolute cynical intent, and no more interesting or innovative than repackaging crack cocaine for children. And that's what we became. Drug pushers. That's what this was. A drug-related incident. No sympathy, just resigned shrugs at the police station, and in a nearby mortuary, the corpse of the games industry lay cold. A sad story that taught us absolutely nothing. The police station stunk of bleach and paperwork and frustration and weariness. The walls of the interview room were chipped grey-green paint, and my chair was the kind of cheap, hard plastic that is both unforgiving and unsteady. Or maybe that's my body, which felt heavy and out of control, like a dream under sleeping pills. But I hadn't slept, not since I found her. A police officer entered the room, introduced herself with a thin, sympathetic smile, and placed a lukewarm cup of cheap filter coffee on the desk in front of me. She sat down opposite, and I told her the story of how I found the games industry's body. She took notes, paused only to look up and add, "You're sure?" a couple of times. "Yeah, I mean, that's all I can remember." "Okay," she replied, and then placed her pen on the desk and looked through me with eyes that shadowed words she'd said 100 times before. "I'm so very sorry for your loss. I can't imagine what you've been through." I nodded. "Now, can I ask you about your relationship with the deceased?" What do you mean? I mean, you know that we were together." She shuffled through her papers and jabbed a finger at one. "Now, it says here that you came close to leaving her last year. I have this transcript of a talk you gave in 2013. She handed me a printed copy of last year's talk, a paragraph highlighted in yellow. You said here you were sick of her. You wanted out." "Yeah, but it wasn't... Look, I loved her. It was a really difficult time. We all have them. But the tone of the conversation has shifted, and suddenly I know this is not a room, but a closed box, as close as a prison as it is possible to be. There might have been 24 eyes watching me through a two-way mirror in front of me, and if not, then through the CCTV camera, a black glassy orb pinned above the door. Opposite, the police officer gestured for me to continue. "Wait, do you think I did this? Because what are you..." "Sir, we've no reason to suspect you've done anything wrong, but we have to be thorough. I did not do this. I swear I didn't do this. I just found her. I didn't know what to say." The policewoman nodded and stood up. Listen, I'll leave you alone for a little while. Here's a notepad. Write down anything you can think of. Doesn't matter how trivial, doesn't matter how stupid. Did she mention anyone new? Do you know anyone who'd want to see the games industry come to any kind of harm? Microsoft killed the games industry. They never really wanted to make a console. They wanted to make a media center, right? Where you guys are the product, to blind you with another Halo while they sell you to advertisers. Nintendo killed the games industry. There was never anyone less interested in the future of the form than Nintendo, who made millions by selling the same old games to the next generation of children, just as they'd done to the last generation. They were happy enough to return to card games and carry on merchandising right after Sony killed the games industry. We thought they were the good games for a time, right? Sponsoring so many indies, pushing the form on their platform. But then PlayStation Now took off, and we ended up perpetually in debt to them, renting the same games that we used to own. Valve killed the games industry. The PC was the last platform, the last free platform, but somehow Valve managed to privatize it. Their DRM prison, the bitter pill you had to swallow for your game to have any chance. And curation doomed any chance of a meritocracy, allowing YouTube celebrities to charge you for the privilege of being on their lists. EA killed the games industry. Wait, perhaps they actually did. Weren't they voted the worst company in America several years running? By idiots, of course. My cell phone is killing the games industry right now. By idiots, of course. But who would have a better reason to want gaming dead? Apple are killing the games industry. Did they care about games? Of course they did, insomuch as they cared about their 30%. They were a parasite, and like all parasites, they only cared about the host for as long as it's alive. PCs killed the games industry. Macs killed the games industry. Google killed the games industry. Anyone in this room who believed Google's whole do no evil thing clearly has never played Ingress. Women killed the games industry. And it's weird, this one, because we only ever hear that from men who killed the games industry. But that's not true either. The truth is that sexism killed the games industry. The audience informed the content back then, and we tried to educate them, but they were children, actually or at heart. A grotesque, infectious oil slick of testosterone-fueled bullshit with a chokehold on our world. Because gamers killed the games industry. Gamers was always a loaded word, right from the start. And of course, it's disingenuous to blame gamers for everything, because that's a group as large and diverse as readers or skydivers or Christians. And we were all gamers once, right? We were all gamers. I know I was when I was a child, and having a group of people to identify with, that was really, really important to me. Knowing there were other people out there like me, socially awkward nerds, diving deep into these alternate worlds, made that label feel like a safe zone. Now it's anything but. It only takes one dead rat to poison a well. You can clean out the well, and you can declare it safe, but no one will ever drink from it again. We should have been able to dismiss all of this bullshit. The people involved in the criminal harassment of writers and creators this year, writers and creators who, it's worth pointing out, are mostly female, and this is not a coincidence, are literally or figuratively children. And there are not that many of them. They just shout the loudest. And if they shouted their dumb, misogynistic, grade school idiocy at you, or anyone else in real life, you would laugh and move on. But on the internet, everything is shorn of context. It feels like every comment comes with the weight of an op-ed in the New York Times. That is not what these comments were. They were the bored, spiteful pronouncements of adolescence, but that is what they felt like, and that is what killed us. So, the all too visible hardcore gamers killed the games industry like a cat toying with a dying bird, or a child picking the wings off a fly. Partly out of naive curiosity, largely because they had literally nothing better to do except for grow up. Who wants to grow up? It's the summer holidays. They were lonely, cruel, vitriolic teenagers, and who's to say they weren't cast like that by video games, which didn't simply amplify their aggression, but taught them that life is binary, ones and zeros, and there is a clear narrative, a conspiracy. Things are always right, things are always wrong, a success case and a failure state. The gamers were trying to be maverick heroes. They were trying to solve a crime that doesn't actually exist, as if they were Phoenix Wright. They were trying to tear down a dystopian conspiracy using technology like on Watch Dogs. They were trying to go hard-ass motherfucker on the criminals like Gears of War, because they are gamers, and that's what we taught them to do. They were gamers being gamers. And so, know this. There is that oft-quoted Groucho Marx line, "Please accept my resignation. I don't care to belong to any club that will have me as a member." By the end of 2014, I didn't just want to resign. I wanted to euthanize those gamers who killed our form, entitled man-baby motherfuckers, one and all. PRs killed the games industry. I'd tell you more, but it's under embargo until next week. Marketing men killed the games industry. Games journalists killed the games industry. The mainstream media killed the games industry. Twitter killed the games industry. Facebook killed the games industry. Social media drama killed the games industry. All those systems that were meant to bring us together, they actually drove us apart. They reminded us what we disliked about our friends, and they served as echo chambers for idiots. The buttons that said share might as well have said bandwagon. "I agree," shouted the masses. "I agree, I agree. How dare you? I agree." Take your Pyrrhic victory on the issue of the day and celebrate as the world falls around you. LinkedIn killed the games industry, which is kind of ironic because all I ever wanted was for someone to kill LinkedIn. Penny Arcade killed the games industry. If there is a rotten heart of the video game industry, of gamer culture, it is right there. Playthroughs killed the games industry. Children killed the games industry. Miyamoto killed the games industry. We were so desperate for superstars, so desperate for a little glamour in our terrible, terrible, mundane industry. But the best we could ever do was this beaming, middle-aged man whose winning lottery ticket arrived when he discovered the world loves fat Italians and jumping over barrels. Hideo Kojima killed the games industry. 90-minute cutscenes, just fuck off. Just fuck off to Hollywood, actually. And while you're going there, take David Cage, who is killing the games industry with you. Except, while you're taking David Cage there, pause the journey every 15 minutes and force him to complete a quick time event. See if he wants to go left or right, except it doesn't fucking matter because you end up at basically the same place anyway. And you know, I don't want to say this is hard for me, but Tim Schafer killed the games industry. Tim. How could Tim, kind, cuddly, funny Tim, creator of some of the greatest video games that exist, that have ever existed, that ever did exist, how could he have killed the games industry? Because Kickstarter killed the games industry. By the end, the only model that seemed financially viable was allowing our grandest dreams to die in public. And once they were dead, Postmortems killed the games industry. Our voracious appetite for the car crash reports on Gama Sutra, which we used to claim we were reading out of intellectual curiosity, but we secretly wolfed down with Schadenfreude. We pledged not to make the same mistakes. But what could we ever hope to learn when every game was different and so complex? A Swiss watch of code and design, luminous cogs and levers that might, with luck and circumstance and nothing more, fall into place. There was never any right way to make a game, just a million wrong ones, and we used to purr with delight and ready our scalpels every time someone else discovered a new way to fail. That night, I dreamt of the games industry's post-mortem. I've had anxiety dreams all my life. You know the kind of thing where the nightmare begins midway through an exam you haven't studied for, or the phone rings in the middle of the night and it's always, always bad news, or you're toppling on a cliff edge and soon you're falling. You're falling. Except this time, I stood above the body of the games industry, now cold and wax-skinned on a thick metal table just a few feet in front of me. Inside this infinite operating theatre, a sky dome of 1 billion curious players watching me. Dreams are like video games. They give you the illusion of choice, but really you're just a passenger, the front seat of a roller coaster. You go exactly where they want you to go, and all you can do is brace yourself. There was a scalpel glinting in my left hand. I've seen this on TV. I know what happens next. Eyes to her body, blade angled downwards. My hand shook, the cold metal of the knife, both weight and momentum, gravity, inescapable. I go exactly where they want me to go. Steadying one hand with the other, I began just below her neck and traced a single cut downwards across the pale, almost translucent skin. Across her chest bone, further still, it was easy, too easy, like cutting through cloth or leaves or snow. And as I lifted the knife from her abdomen, in one movement, all of her skin fell away like a cloak, and beneath it, no flesh or bone, no kind of viscera. Instead, words wrapped around other words, strung out syllables on ticker tapes of light, bound together to form the contours of my dead partner's body. The words were all of the things that I've mentioned, all of the things I've yet to mention, taut and tied and twisted like sinews. I placed my hand inside her chest, wrenched out a fistful of the tape, my surgical glove dripping with typography, and I started to read. Violence killed the games industry, cutting people from throat to belly, your subconscious grinning, drooling, desperate for the viscera, pulling out guts with your bare hands. First-person shooters killed the games industry. Boom, headshots. MMOs killed the games industry. There's no such thing as playing an MMO. You might as well play crystal meth or Microsoft Excel. Indie games killed the games industry, which is weird because in the early 90s we said platformers killed the games industry. I mean, is there anything more ridiculous, more actually stupid than a platformer? It's a game based around jumping. When does anyone jump that much? It's a default, a reflex, a fallback. We discovered jumping in 1980, and we didn't have a single better idea. Innovation killed the games industry, or the lack of innovation. Perhaps we didn't have any ideas because there aren't any ideas. Perhaps we should have accepted that at the start, accepted that there is nothing left to be discovered, chiseled this finite list of games in a mountainside, and been content with making them over and over again. except sequels killed the games industry and clones killed the games industry. Oops, not quite there yet. You will have a choice, just like I used to have a choice. You'll find yourself deciding between two things. You could spend 6 months of blood, sweat, and tears, and plenty of tears, developing your precious concept, something you really believe in, and another 6 months reeling when it is ignored on the App Store. Or you could spend $100 on some generic match 3 code, stick in Miley Cyrus's head, some clickbait adverts, and take the rest of the year off. Have you seen the download and revenue numbers for Flappy Bird clones, even now? Are you still making games? Why? Licenses killed the games industry. How many of the world's greatest novels are based in someone else's universe? Did you know that Star Wars, Angry Birds, Jenga is a thing that exists? Nobody killed the games industry. It was suicide. Character crossovers killed video games. Final Fantasy killed the games industry. And somehow, even after the games industry died, Square Enix somehow found a way to make another fucking Final Fantasy game. Portal 2 killed the games industry. Halo killed the games industry. Platform exclusives killed the games industry. Minecraft killed the games industry. Here's an actual game I found on Google Play Store. Shaving Craft is an amazing shaving and beard salon for all those who love craft, run, Minecraft, and shaving games. Eventually, there came a time when every game was set in the Minecraft universe, including fucking Minecraft. Pixel art killed the games industry. Casual gaming killed the games industry because it is impossible to say, I love you, casually. Arcades killed the games industry. Award ceremonies killed the games industry. Every year we used to put on our best suits and let our hearts fill with joy at the opinion of some dudes we didn't even know, scoring us on our arbitrary metrics, presenting us with cheap perspex reminders that the only reason we are doing this at all is because we're desperate for someone to love us. Outsourcing killed the games industry. Unity killed the games industry. Remote working killed the games industry. But at least water cooler chat died with it. Crunch culture killed the games industry. Anyone in this room who has ever worked at a dev studio knows this. By the end, games are not crafted out of love, but out of hate. Finish this. Please, won't someone finish this? Air conditioning killed the games industry. We used to have to go outside, used to have to enjoy the sun, to breathe fresh air. Air conditioning stole even that from us. Digital pricing killed the games industry. Netflix killed the games industry. There was so much brilliant content, so effortless to consume, and there it was, there, right there, on your home screen, next to all of the games you will never, ever, ever get around to playing. Censorship killed the games industry. Every game built for everyone, all the rough edges smoothed away until there's nothing left. Outrage killed the games industry. We were all perpetually trolled, eternally navel-gazing. Old white men are killing the games industry. Conferences killed the games industry. 100 people sitting around talking about how they're going to change the world. No one actually changing the world. Emerging from the conference centre into this post-apocalyptic wasteland. A funeral service playing out in front of us. It was a simple service. She'd asked to be cremated, and, in her will, she'd instructed all of the video game IP to be cremated with her. Outside the funeral parlour, dark, wispy trails of smoke twisted briefly into shapes of Pac-Man, Mario, and Master Chief before the wind rushed through the trees and dispersed the clouds forever. Later on, I sat with Apple, on a bench near the fringe of the wake and watched 500 million people eat canapes and make small talk. Heads were shaken in sorrow, shoulders shrugged, bodies and hearts absolved of personal guilt. "We couldn't have done anything," whispered the crowd. "We couldn't, no, but it's sad, so sad. It's just one of those things." So, what are you going to do now? Apple asked. "I don't know, man. I haven't thought about it. I guess, I don't know." I mean, I'm not saying you should move on. God, no, Apple continued. I mean, you loved her. We all loved her. Yeah. "But there'll come a time," said Apple, tapping at his watch. "You know, in the future, you've got a future. It's important to remember that." I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I just looked over at the crowd, wondered how they'd remember her. Maybe they wouldn't. "Hey, I've got this friend you should meet," continued Apple. "Do you know Wearables? She's really cute." Dude. "Yeah, I know. I mean, when you're ready. Not today, but when you're ready." Apple rose from the bench, patted me on the shoulder, and made his way towards the bar to mingle with everyone else in middle management. I didn't want Wearables. I didn't want anyone, anything. Anything except to close my eyes and wake up somewhere else. Ten. Middle management is killing the games industry. A young industry grew older by the day, pushed skilled workers into creatively dead management roles. What did they do there? They didn't know. They just sat and longed for the days that they made things, because in management, they made nothing more than bad decisions. 9. Publishers killed the games industry. We thought we'd killed them, but like a monstrous villain in a Hollywood fake-out ending, they rose again. Collectives rise from indies, band together to form new Activisions, just as Activision did 35 years ago. A new era? New to you, maybe. Developers killed the games industry. We formed a team around an idea that we loved. When that idea was done, we'd scrabble around for the next paycheck, a new concept to fit the same team, the same skills. We started with a dream, and somehow we ended up chasing nothing more than survival. 7, the future killed the games industry. So we kept our eyes on the horizon. We prayed for a better tomorrow. 6, nostalgia killed the games industry. And we knew that yesterday was so much better than today. 5, hyperbole killed the games industry. Every single new thing we talked about was the best thing ever, or it was the worst thing ever. It was the second coming, or it was the death of the medium. We were so frightened of what we didn't know, or worse, frightened of the things we didn't even try and understand. "It's killing the games industry," said someone, and we were terrified, so we retweeted it. 4, fear of change killed the games industry. We slaughtered Connect in cold blood, all of us. You were all witnesses. You stood around, you said nothing as the blade pierced the skin, just like so many other new things that could have changed the world. Why? Because we were so comfortable in the present and we wanted to stay there forever. We don't want to grow up. I didn't want to grow up. 3, I killed the games industry. 2, you killed the games industry. Every time you talk about something killing the games industry, you are using hyperbole as a weapon, but the only person you're cutting is yourself. You're declaring yourself impotent, unable to help, and that is bullshit. Every single one of us, developers, publishers, PRs, marketers, Tim fucking Schafer changes the games industry every day with our behavior. And why do you care anyway? Because, one, the games industry killed the games industry. This weird obsession with a capitalist construct, the survival of something that genuinely doesn't care about you. People used to support the games industry like they'd support a football team, cheering on every financial result. We're bigger than Hollywood now. More people play games than read books. We finally hit the mainstream. We're in the New Yorker now. Ebert admitted he was wrong, a deathbed confession. Who cares about the games industry? Not me. Not me, I keep telling myself. If the games industry wasn't already dead, I would look you in the eye, every single one of you, and I would say this. Let's kill it. Let's burn it to the fucking ground and sift through the ashes and see what's left. Denial is the first stage of grief, they say. Anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance to come. But what if I never loved her, really? What if this wasn't denial, but a moment of clarity? Or what if 3, 2, 1, nothing? Nothing killed the games industry. The games industry is not a thing. It is a million different things. Her body formed of everything in this talk and a million more words wrapped around a spine that says, play. That is the backbone I fell in love with, we fell in love with, back when I knew her by her real name, Games. Play was the backbone that gave me her hand when I was a child, the reason we explored the world together for 20 years, the reason I knew I could never leave, the reason I set up agency. Play is the thing that holds us all together. Your futures flow from this room in different directions, but they can all be playful. They should all be playful. I am old now, older than I look, but I came from the future to tell you this. Nothing killed the games industry, and nothing can kill the games industry. Its market value will rise, its market value will fall. None of us should care. Fashions will come and go, but the form will survive, for better and for worse. Games exist in 2014. They exist in 2034 too. You cannot kill them, any more than you can kill poetry or literature or our beloved Hollywood. And yes, people will make different types of games. They always will, and they always should. But we must embrace that pluralism. Do I love free-to-play and microtransactions? No, of course I don't. But we want more people to appreciate what we do, and that means letting them love games on their own terms. There is no right way to play, any more than there is a right way to build a thing to play. Teach people about the thing that you love, but just as importantly, let them teach you. Hand still around her wrist, the heartbeat gets stronger. One more beat. Colour returns to her cheeks, and now I can make out the words. She pulls me closer, smiles and whispers, I love you. Let's make something new. Thanks, guys. Any questions? It's not really a Q&A type talk, but if anyone wants to talk to me afterwards, please come and find me and we can talk. You're welcome. Yes. Take this off.
Yeah, that helps you. Okay, what a way to end the seminar. Leaves me a bit speechless, really. So I was going to go through all the sessions and pick out thoughts and ideas, but as we're running against time, I'm not going to do it. So we can talk about it later. I have to thank a lot of people. I'd like to thank you all for coming. That was the most important thing. So our thanks to all our hosts and their speakers. And we have we have 3 exhibitions, and the seminar involved a lot of building work, architecture, and Jussi Ukkonen has been responsible for that. So big thanks to Jussi. Light design by Jukka and Otso from Sun Effects. The 20th anniversary graphic design by Gaspar Mustafa and Anja Kirsche. It's really sexy, isn't it? The wonderful camera crew and studio team from Arcada. Yeah. Led by Taneli Haro and his colleagues, and from Lume, Tonni Tolin and Max Mäkinen, who are here in the studio. Our students, who helped set up all the space and built the golf course, and will continue entertaining us later on today as well. Without you, we wouldn't be doing this. You've been great. The Lume guys, Ilkka Riihikallio and Tero Westerinen. Once again, brilliant service. This is a really professional environment to work in. And last but not least, our producer, Kati Oberi. There. We're going to continue very shortly. She's done a brilliant job, and it's been a year coming up to this, so lots of stuff and more to come. The next bit is starting at 5 o'clock, which is probably already in there, and you get a glass of something nice and fizzy, maybe a bit too warm because I forgot it and it was left in my car. But we're going to launch the book in a few minutes' time, so you can gradually drift off into that direction. Thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoyed the day. Thanks.